Is it working now? Yes. Okay. Okay, good morning. We'll call the Property and Facilities Committee to order. This morning we attended an interesting demonstration on transforming plastics into fuels. Professor Aaron Sadow and his students at the Iowa State Department of Chemistry. Very fascinating. You can make diesel and put it right in your truck, right from these reactors. So it was pretty fascinating, so thank you for that tour. I think we asked too many questions, actually. You might just got back here in time, so it would be fascinating to learn more. So we'll start with the minutes of the June 12th, 2024 committee meeting. Are there any updates to these minutes? Okay, hearing none, we'll recommend those to the board. And up first is President Winterstein.
Thank you. Iowa State University is very pleased to bring forward this request to name the Administrative Services Building the Warren Madden Building. This is to honor Warden Madden, who served Iowa State University for 50 years. After graduating from Iowa State with a degree in industrial engineering, Warren returned to the university in 1966 as a contract and grants officer. He advanced through successive leadership roles and was named head of the Division of Business and Finance in 1984. For 32 years, he led this division, retiring in 2016 with the title of Senior Vice President for Business and Finance. Nearly every campus building was either built or renovated during Warren's 50-year career at Iowa State as campus facilities grew from 4 million to more than 14.3 million square feet. More importantly, Warren made sure that the enduring beauty of Central Campus was preserved and enhanced. Warren played a central role in other significant developments that shaped the university. He was involved in developing the legal structure that gave the Iowa Board of Regents capital bonding authority in the 1970s, a critical step in developing facilities to support expanding enrollment and research activities. He was instrumental in the development of the Iowa State Center and the expansion and modernization of athletic, residence, and utility facilities. Warren was also a leader in forging the university's strong and lasting partnerships with the city of Ames. While there is so much more that I could share about Warren's leadership and impact, I will end by saying, for 50 years, Warren Madden invested his time, talents, and affection for Iowa State University to make a special place even more special. We ask for the board's approval of this naming request so that we may have a permanent recognition of Warren Madden on our campus.
Thank you, President Winterstein. Any questions? Okay, thank you. Yep. Next up is our annual facilities report, John Nash.
Thank you, Regent Reiswick and members of the board. I'd like to introduce Rod Lennertz with the University of Iowa, Wendy Kish with Iowa State University, and Mike Zwanziger with the University of Northern Iowa. They will present projects that could be funded by our $30 million deferred maintenance request, which is planned to be made this legislative session with the board's approval. The only additional request is that the board itself be allowed to allocate those funds to our highest deferred maintenance needs. With that, I will turn it over to Rod Lennertz, please.
Thank you, John, and thank you to the Board of Regents members and members of this committee. Rod Lennertz, University of Iowa. I'll go first, but our story of governance on our campuses is common to all three of our institutions. I've only got a few slides, but I think they're important ones, both for our university and for our efforts in higher education to care for and steward the campuses that we work for. And as it says at the head of this one, the heaviest responsibility on this front is the cost of ownership. The least expensive part of owning a building is building that building. It's caring for those buildings over the decades and sometimes centuries as we continue forth on our campuses. Some of the things to note, the two charts are small. They are not intended for you to take all of those teeny facts in, but to recognize that the top of the two graphs indicate something that is common, yes, on our campus, but to virtually every American higher education institution, and that is the wave of construction and the addition of square footage to our campuses. I had the pleasure of knowing and working with and benefiting from Warren Madden as well. He was not just a great Cyclone, but really a steward for our entire Regents institution collection of universities, and he was living through these things and working through these matters of growth on campus in the fits and starts, but primarily two mountains of growth that occurred on our campus and others were the post-World War II GI Bill era, when there was a flood of folks to higher education and massive growth that occurred in primarily the early 60s, but through the 60s and into the 70s, and then the tech and research as well as athletics and student support growth that led to a second wave of major construction. That alone is not a big issue, except that buildings that we take care of are here for the long haul. And every 40 years or so, as is identified here in work that we do with Gordian, look at our conditions on our campus, show that every 40 years or so, these buildings need new systems, need renewal in the way they are laid out, and the way we use them for teaching and research and student support. And we watch carefully when those are due, and because there was a lot of growth in those two periods, a lot of them come due at nearly the same time. In looking at the University of Iowa, which is related to the lower chart, and that is our deferred maintenance efforts to, as you can see, keep up with the aging of our campus. Some of the bullets to the left tell that story with our current renewal budget, the funds that are dedicated to deferred maintenance buy down of some 263, not some, exactly, 263 buildings on our campus, $8.8 million a year. We did cut that number by 33% after cuts that led to our having to reduce our deferred maintenance investments in 2016. And the greatest challenge then is that notion of keep up as opposed to the ounce of prevention versus the pound of care in catching up. And you can see in the chart the challenges of the keep-up line, the dashed line, the second of the two, and how the expenditures and our deferred maintenance buy-down, the purple bars, are starting to distance themselves since 2016 in our efforts to keep up with deferred maintenance. Our aim is not to have brand new buildings everywhere. We recognize we have a host of buildings, now roughly 20 buildings that are more than a century of age. It's about the functional age of the buildings, how they work for students and faculty and visitors, and how the systems in the building work. You can see some of the risks in underfunding deferred maintenance. The costs do go fast, and the pound of cure is expensive. Business interruption in a place that never sleeps, widespread impacts in research and in our teaching missions if buildings go down. And then the notions of student and faculty recruitment. It is a tough business to find the right people to advance your institutions, and having a place that is both clean and attractive and functional is key to that. Because we have that gap in the keep-up versus catch-up effort, you can see some of our priorities on the University of Iowa campus include top institutional priorities measured against our University of Iowa strategic plan, those highest operational cost risks, if something goes down, what it takes to bring it back, and then we always look at our mission for students and what we do to keep them safe and keep them functioning optimally on our campus and succeeding. That's how we prioritize when we don't have all we need to cover the costs of stewarding the campus of our size. In that prioritization of our stewardship, and we brought to you in 2002 our campus master plan, staying with that and doing the things we intended to do, as it says at the top, right-sizing our campus, making sure that we are using space efficiently and reducing costs while attending to excellence. It does include, in the last 5 years, 300,000 square feet of antiquated space raised on our campus, removed, and some of the examples of those buildings that we have brought out to you. And in the next 5 years within our campus master plan, the intent for another 300,000 square feet of buildings that don't serve modern campus needs on our campus being removed. We are investing in those aging buildings and buying down the deferred maintenance. Some of those, again, projects to highlight that we have brought with and coordinated with the Board of Regents. Our Iowa Memorial Union, built in 1925 for our students, $70 million renovation project is in design now. The original art building from 1936 being renovated for our grad college. The original Museum of Art project that is in our Capitol Register today, $12 million project to move the dance department there. And Gilmore Hall, the original College of Law building built in 1910, will become an important part of our Tippie College of Business modernization and expansion project. And then there's healthcare on our campus. You can see important projects that include the Health Sciences Academic Building rendering in the lower left of the screen, the North Liberty Hospital project, which will open this spring, and then, of course, the University of Iowa Hospitals and Clinics downtown campus, which is the former Mercy space, and some of you have had a chance to see that building and its important future in our campus, not to mention parking, and parking is always an issue when addressing the needs of our patients on campus. And finally, a slide that looks at our reducing the cost of care on our campus and that deferred maintenance challenge that I mentioned earlier. To keep up, we need to be spending, and it was a small detail of the chart that I showed at the beginning, need to be investing about $40 million a year in deferred maintenance. I mentioned we have a budget of 8.8. Now, that's not all we have, because when we do projects, we plan to combine the various funding sources to not just make a new building or make a place better, but to also address deferred maintenance every time. And as it says, get the bang for the buck out of those projects. Some of the biggest projects that we have facing us for deferred maintenance, and we look to advance this, will be with the state, will be the Pentecrest and our core historic and academic campus, these buildings that mean so much and how much is needed to address the deferred maintenance. And then the main library stands as our largest academic building and a building in need of modernization. We're actually studying how the library of the future should be designed and changed. And then computer science, which is, as it says at the bottom line, an in-demand and high-need profession for the state of Iowa. It's a fast-growing program at the University of Iowa, and we need to modernize space for them. These are three of many projects, but three very important projects where we look for the state to help us in partnering for the future of our students and those teaching them. Some quick facts, you see them every year from me, and some of these don't change a lot, just short of 2,000 acres. You can see a lot of miles of tunnels and roads that we have to care for, not just what you see in the buildings that we host, and 22 million gross square feet. 9 million of that is general education fund space. The remainder is our auxiliary units on campus. I mentioned 263 buildings and an average age of those buildings of 49 years. And our current deferred maintenance backlog, if you take all of those buildings to clean them, would be $420 million. And with that, I'll stop. I'll answer any questions, John, or pass it to our friends.
Any questions for Rod? Regent Barker?
That 420 million deferred maintenance, that's to get to what standard that you have?
Yeah, so it's an interesting measurement of deferred maintenance, because some stuff is needed right now, and other work is in working with Gordian is in a 1 to 5 year and a 5 to 10 year range. This is within the 10-year range. We're actually trying, and the industry is trying to move more toward renewal of buildings as opposed to deferred maintenance, because an air handler that we take care of carefully and we maintain carefully can live well past and operate well past its effective life. And we have fault detection systems that make sure we modernize these regularly. So deferred maintenance that's why it's deferred, can be left longer if we're caring for things appropriately. So the 420 million would get us back to not a brand new, for instance, Jessup Hall, but a 1923 building that operates well like it's new. And so that would be all of the units in that building being modernized to today's day one standard.
everything on campus.
263
modernized to
buildings,
today's standard.
correct,
Okay.
that's right. Yeah, it's a good question, and one that is worked on in the industry a lot, because deferred maintenance can be misunderstood because of its timing aspect. Do you have to replace it the day that it runs out of warranty? And the answer is no, if you take care of it well.
Thank you, Rod. Wendy Kish with Iowa State University, please.
Good morning. My name is Wendy Kish. I serve as the Associate Vice President of Facilities Planning and Management at Iowa State University. I am here today to request funding for deferred maintenance by sharing the inspiring story of Adanasoff Hall. In 1939, at Iowa State University, John Vincent Adanasoff and his graduate student Clifford Berry made history by inventing the first electronic digital computer. This groundbreaking invention laid the foundation for the digital revolution, transforming industries and everyday life. Adanasoff Hall, located in our STEM corridor, is a building that stands as a testament to innovation and progress on ISU's campus and is more than just a structure. It is a symbol of our university's pioneering spirit. Renewing this building supports the university's vision to advance the land-grant ideals of putting science, technology, and human creativity to work. Adanasoff Hall was built in 1969 when the Department of Computer Science was established. For over 5 decades, it has been a hub of technological advancement and academic excellence. However, Adanasoff Hall has not undergone a comprehensive renovation since it was built. The current state of Adanasoff poses challenges. Most of the building systems are original, and the labs and offices are cramped and outdated. To attract the best students and faculty, we need to provide the Department of Computer Science with modern collaborative teaching and research facilities. It is worth noting that competing universities are actively investing in similar facilities. A complete building renewal has been estimated at $32 million. Funding the deferred maintenance is a strategic move that will empower Iowa State to harness the full potential of our programs. Computer science is one of the largest majors on ISU's campus. Additionally, students from engineering, business, architecture, and the sciences benefit from courses taught by the computer science department. Iowa State already holds a recognized leadership position in computer science and artificial intelligence. We proudly offer a minor in AI as well as a master's degree. We aim to enhance our leadership further to benefit research and economic development across the state. Many students choose Iowa State due to our reputation in the STEM fields. By investing in the renovation of Adanasoff Hall, you are not just funding a building, you are investing in the future and of education and technology. You are ensuring that Iowa State continues to be a leader in innovation, attracting the brightest minds, and being a catalyst for economic growth and opportunity in the state of Iowa. In conclusion, Adanasoff Hall is a cornerstone of our university's legacy. Help us honor it by investing in its future, creating an environment that inspires the next generation of innovators and leaders. Your support will ensure that Iowa State remains at the forefront of technological advancement for years to come. Thank you. Yep. Thank you for your time and attention, and we appreciate your support of Iowa State University.
Questions for Wendy? Comments? Mike Zwanziger with the University of Northern Iowa.
Thank you. Good morning. Thank you, John, committee. I'm Mike Zwanziger, Assistant Vice President and Director of Facilities Management at UNI. I'm here to share with you the highlights of our capital request for 2024. One of the things I always like to start with, very similar to some of the information that Rod had shared, is this chart represents the university's deferred maintenance values, or what we've reported as deferred maintenance liabilities since 2000. You can see that over the past 10 years that exposure has grown pretty dramatically, and that's because of the rate of investment from state funds. So the yellow dots at the bottom indicate when we had major state funding for capital investment for renovations or buildings. And you can see over the past 10 years, that rate has slowed dramatically. That's how we had taken care of a lot of our deferred maintenance or capital renewal needs in the past. Our request for this year is using some deferred maintenance funding for renovating Commons, the Commons building. Commons has been a social hub since it was opened in 1933, being a dining center, a university building, event center, home to the UNI Foundation, and a meeting place for community events such as Board of Regents meetings. Pending Board of Regents approval, the university will create a center for civic education with the intent of placing it in this building. The building is over 90 years old and in need of significant renewal. In January of 2024, it was announced that Senator Grassley will donate his political papers and historical data to UNI from his time in the United States Senate. The Rod Library already houses Senator Grassley's papers from his time in the Iowa House of Representatives and in the United States House of Representatives from 1959 to 1980. The addition of Senator Grassley's United States Senate papers will provide UNI with over 43 years of documents from his time in the Senate. These papers will provide valuable opportunities for research and the study for the Center for Civic Education. Along with the Senator's donation of political papers, Senator Grassley and his wife Barbara have endowed a professorship in political science to further educate people on the importance of Congress and public service. The Center for Civic Education will focus on both civic education and free speech, promoting civic learning, curriculum innovation, and professional development. It will support and coordinate civic engagement activities through program and events such as Constitution Day lectures, controversial issue series, and the Joy Cole Corning Distinguished Leadership Lecture Series, where we've hosted people such as former Secretary of State Madeleine Albright and former First Lady Laura Bush. As a part of the project, over $12 million in deferred maintenance will be addressed, including replacing the inefficient original single-pane steel windows in the building from 1933, replacing roofing, tuck pointing the building, in addition to addressing ADA issues such as inadequate restrooms. Outdated and ineffective HVAC systems have led to the deterioration of plaster walls and ceilings, as well as deterioration of wood flooring that will be replaced with inefficient systems to properly condition the interior spaces. Our second priority for capital funding is major maintenance throughout 18 different general fund buildings, and that was $37 million over 4 years, with first-year projects including roofing replacements for Curtis Business Building, Wellness Recreation Center, and HVAC improvements for Searley Hall. Thank you for your time. Thank you, Rod, for setting up the issues that we're all facing. I'd be happy to answer any questions that you may have.
So any questions at all about deferred maintenance? I know it's not a new subject, but we're going to keep trying, so thank you. Regent Riswick.
Okay, Rod, you're back up.
All right. Regent Riswick, thank you. The Capital Register for the University of Iowa, we have 6 projects, 6 items. Actually, 2 of them are related, but 2 permission to proceed, 4 are project description and budgets with requests for your approval. To advance, we'll go through each of these. The first is a permission to proceed and is a unique one because we're asking the board support to advance permission to proceed as a group of projects that we will study and evaluate at the University of Iowa Healthcare Medical Campus downtown. So when we purchased out of bankruptcy the Mercy space, we knew, and in our work heading into that purchase, knew that there were multiple locations within the building that would need renewal work to operate effectively as part of our healthcare system. Within the document, we've listed those that we're going to be studying, which include, and I'll list them off, include the medical office building renovation. It's a separate building from the hospital building itself. They are connected through walkways. The hospital radiology equipment replacement and renovation, some of the equipment throughout the hospital operating room modernizations, the hospital facilities, infrastructure replacements and upgrades, a lot of the systems within the building, the existing parking structure that serves the hospital, and then renovations, miscellaneous modernization renovations related to the services that we will provide within the hospital. We're asking the board for approval to advance these as a single permission to proceed with planning on these, but we will come back to the board with both updates and the project description and budgets related to each one of them standing on their own as we do that. All of the projects would be funded by university hospital building usage funds. I don't know if there are any questions on that one. It's a little unique, so I wanted to make sure that I provided time. There is a map, again, that shows reference.
Just the total amount we're thinking of spending is less than what we had previously estimated the value of the property to be, I think, like
Yeah, that's part of the reason we're doing the permission to proceed as an umbrella of several, because cumulatively the numbers can be very high, but many of the studies we're going to do give us options for directions we can head, where they can be areas of the buildings, and depending on how we provide services within the complex, can allow us time frames that may not deliver these immediately. These are not surprises. These are elements of our investigation of these buildings and the needs we would expect in a building of its age, which is not dissimilar from our complex that we would have in the main campus and how we take care of it. So it's hard to pinpoint a number at this point, which is why within the context of this combined permission to proceed, we intend to come back and provide through the hospital committee and through the Capital Register updates on the costs of each individual effort we would advance.
No, I think that's important to point out that these are not surprises.
No, not surprises, and would be ones we would plan in taking on this facility, which will have great benefits in the healthcare provisions for our community and for the needs of hospital beds and services in a very tight University of Iowa hospitals and clinics main campus. But yeah, very good observation, and the key reason for the permission to proceed to happen as one action. They will be brought back individually. The second is new, as it's listed, the new Carver College of Medicine Research Facility. I want to make one, it's not a clarification, but just a point of reference. This is in context with our 10-year master plan that we delivered to the Board of Regents in 2022, and at the time that was presented, it was part of the Carver College of Medicine expansion of healthcare research. What we are advancing will inevitably give you a different name as we would come back, because this will definitely be, and we're proud for it to be, a truly interdisciplinary, multi-college effort dedicated to cancer research. And it is on a campus that is land-bound and tight on land resources. There is a map for you that shows two of the sites, both of the sites considered during the 2022 master plan for health science research. And this is the project that we intend to work together, yes, with the Carver College of Medicine and Holden Comprehensive Cancer Center hosting our healthcare that is associated with cancer care. It is by note and in the documents Iowa's only National Cancer Institute designated as a comprehensive cancer center since 2000 for the last 25 years. But we're excited to have multiple colleges in the health sciences involved in the project and involved in what we will do within that building when executed, which is why you can see we estimate that the project budget funds will come from gifts, university and collegiate, multi-collegiate funds, and the University of Iowa Hospital Building Usage Fund. We would start planning on the facility, which would include specific site selection. We've identified 2 possible sites. Both have pros and cons related to them from a development and a timing perspective, but those are the matters that will be explored in the very early efforts of our project planning. And both sites will remain really the only 2 available sites for health science research on the health science campus. So both very important sites, whether executed as part of this specific project or later and into the future. The third and fourth items, which are project descriptions and budgets, are actually related to the same building, different projects executed independently, and this is related to our Performing Arts Annex, or the former Museum of Art building on our arts campus. We are first executing a $2.1 million project that would replace the extent of the roof of the building, a 51,000 square foot footprint or roof print for this building that you can see in the insert aerial photograph. That is the first phase of a project that will secure the interior of the building and take care of a roof that had reached well past its effective life. And then the second, and that would be delivered, by the way, starting this fall and into the summer of 2025, $2.1 million project. And as with the next project, both funded by P3 Strategic Initiative funds. The second is the completion of the renewal of that building for our dance department. Our Department of Dance will move from Halsey Hall into the former museum or Performing Arts Annex, $9.9 million project, again, from P3 Strategic Initiative funds. It's a key project for that program and the stewardship related to that program. One, for an improved physical environment for the students and for the faculty, but also the co-location of that building, the original Museum of Art building, directly adjacent to other buildings in our performing arts and our arts campus, specifically the theater building, but also close to Hampshire Auditorium, and the original art building, which is another project we're excited to renew. The intent of the second of those 2 projects, the balance of the building, we would anticipate starting construction in March of 2025 and completion by May, roughly a 1-year project to modernize that building for the Department of Dance.
I just,
Please.
This is not a kind of a routine maintenance item. This is really part of a major strategic initiative to create that arts campus and to work on the central campus also from Halsey.
Yeah, thank you, Regent Barker. One of the things we really wanted to communicate in our 10-year master plan, and we continue to do and had prior to that, obviously, is work on the dominoes of planning that allow us to right-size our campus and do the best by that long-term total cost of ownership. In this case, the Department of Dance is in a very aged building, Halsey Hall, near the core of the campus, but off of the arts campus. It is not accessible from an ADA perspective. Antiquated air systems within the building has been a challenge for some time. This not only allows them for a better space, but again, a renewal of a building that, to your point, is not inconsequential to make it a different function, a Department of Dance. But its structure is ideal for dance. Galleries, in the same number of major galleries as we have studios for the dance department, require no columns, require high volumes, and these work well, whether it's a gallery for art or a dance studio. But the building does have to be modified to work for the dance department, and it is a program advancement for that program and the umbrella of our performing arts department, which is an expansion of how we are managing, working with, and teaming with the various performing arts programs we have at the University of Iowa. It's a very good point and a really important project for that program. The fifth of the 6 projects is the Iowa Bioscience Innovation Facility. This is renovations to the 3rd and 5th floors a building that was formerly named the Pharmaceutical Sciences Research Building, adjacent to our College of Pharmacy building, and now named the Iowa Bioscience Innovation Facility. This project will modernize 2 of the floors for innovations in the biosciences and health sciences and economic development related to that, bringing in the people and innovators who advance products, devices, techniques in the biosciences to work at the very core of our health science campus with our folks to advance this. And because of that, the majority of the funding, $8.2 million of the $13 million project budget, would be funded by the Iowa Economic Development Authority, IEDA, and a grant from the state on that front. We're very both honored and excited to work on this economic development area and a very important area home to the University of Iowa, as well as funding $2 million from the College of Public Health, and university funds at $2.8 million will finish the budget for this project. We'll start construction in the winter, this next winter of '25, and expect it to also be roughly a 1-year project finishing in the spring of 2026. And the final project is in our services quadrant of the campus at the south end of Madison Street. We will be building a utilitarian, primarily storage facility, 11,000 square foot storage facility at the south end of Madison Street on what is currently a small parking lot 51. So that we can house the utility distribution unit, which is operated by NG as part of our partnership and our public-private partnership for our utility system. As part of and as a condition of the service agreement, we must provide them the physical space for the storage of the equipment that serves our campus and for the people that do that. This was the lowest cost, most efficient way for us to account for this, and it happens, as you'll recall, after the approved removal, and it is now gone, the approved raising of the old laundry building, which on an interim basis had been used to house our landscape services serving the campus. Landscape services will in turn move to the 2005 built Madison Street Services building, which was being used by utility distribution. So we will build a storage facility for them at the 11,000 square feet, and then they will, as they're partners of ours, and it's the most efficient, cost-effective way to address this, we are having them also occupy spaces that are existing in that service quadrant to work with us for their people spaces, meeting spaces, and staff spaces. So the project itself is estimated, well, not estimated, budgeted at $7.5 million. Facilities management and utility reserves for the project. We would begin construction at the end of this year and finish by next summer for that project. And those are our 6 projects. I'll be glad to take any questions you may have.
Thank you, Rod. Any questions? I did want to say I got the chance with a few of us to go tour the Mercy Medical downtown campus. That was helpful to see some of those things that do need to be done. I would say, too, that in talking about that, I think it's important that we look at it holistically and we plan these projects out. And to your point, they will be brought individually, but they might not all be at the same time, too.
Correct. Some are more pressing than others, and others are opportunities for improved services in the future that will have in our hip pocket for opportunities to improve the entire complex. And not all at once. We may improve part of the medical office building in phases over time to make sure that it is modern and functional for those who come to receive health care on that campus.
Correct. And again, they weren't surprises. And it's a very nice facility. There's just some work that needs to be done.
Yeah, it is.
Yep. Okay, thank you. Iowa State, with your capital improvement business transactions, please. Thank you, Sean.
Thank you, Chair Reiswick, and good morning. I'm Sean Reeder, the new Senior Vice President for Operations and Finance at Iowa State, and we have 4 capital register transactions for your consideration today, 1 new project description and budget, and 3 revisions. Our first project is for the New Wright facility. That is the National Testing Facility for Enhancing Wind Resiliency of Infrastructure and Tornado Downburst Gust Front Events. So quite a mouthful, so New Right. It's an exciting NSF-funded project. The Phase 1 funding is $14 million, will be used to construct a scaled prototype in Howell Hall, as well as complete the site selection and generate Phase 2 bidding documents. We anticipate a Phase 2 NSF grant that will have to be competitively sought after would be for construction of a $83 to $94 million full-scale facility that would enable advanced research and testing far beyond the capabilities that are currently available for tornado downburst simulation, really globally. ISU's facilities planning and management team will manage to facilitate the design and construction work associated with the scaled prototype and construction activity. We're estimating those costs at $5.9 million. The College of Engineering will manage and facilitate the remaining of that $8.1 million in the Phase 1 grant. Their work will be collaborating with 8 other institutions on the research, the protocol development, and the New Right facility criteria development. We will be using construction manager at risk for delivery of the project. The use of CMR during Phase 1 will provide a higher level of confidence in the estimated cost and the schedule for applying for the Phase 2 grant, and then allowing for continuity and seamless transition between Phase 1 to Phase 2. I would also add that this facility is anticipated to be highly specialized, both in the building structure, requiring unconventional and sophisticated elements for the foundation, walls, buildings, and other building components, as well as the interior building systems, the HVAC system, the plumbing system, electrical, fire suppression, et cetera. Construction for Phase 1 would be completed in fall of 2025, and then we'll begin the competitive proposal submission with NSF in years 2 to 3 of the project. So I'm happy to take any questions related to this project.
Yeah, Regent Kramer.
Why are the numbers so unique, where you have planning, design, and management, 4.3 million, and then construction, 148,000? Normally we see a small planning number and then a large construction number, but.
The reason for that would be that we're actually undertaking the planning for the larger facility, and the construction in Phase 1 is really limited more to the scaled prototype. Good question. Others? Our second request for you today is a revised project description and budget for our Institutional Roads 2025 Stang Road Construction Project. We have been planning to reconstruct a section of Stang Road, which is on the north side of our campus here between 13th Street and Blankenburg Drive, with funds from Institutional Roads Program. Originally, our plan was to complete this project through 2 phases, anticipating the funding would be inadequate to do in 1 phase. During our preliminary design phase, additional funding was received from the Iowa Department of Transportation, and this really allows us to move forward with consolidating the planned 2 phases into a single phase and a single construction season, which we would anticipate between spring and fall of 2025. The work itself will include new concrete pavement, as well as new sidewalks on both sides of the road, new street light, and storm sewer improvements. So today we seek improvement to increase the project budget from $1.45 million to $3.65 million. Again, funds are from the Institutional Roads Program. This will also be delivered using design bid build. Any questions? Our third project is at the Lloyd Veterinary Medical Center, large animal hospital, and contemplates an expansion in Ward 3. We're requesting approval for a revised project description and budget. In April, the board approved the project description and budget for the first of a 3-phased project that would add equine ICU stalls, reproductive services, feed and bedding, storage, and since that time, we have identified additional funding to move forward with the remaining phases. The revised project budget requesting an increase from 9.2 million to 12 million. The funding sources are from the college and gift funding. We have 4.75 million in gift funds and 7.25 million in monies from the college. The revised scope will expand the building by 21,400 square feet for an increased large animal reproductive service capacity. This is really in response to the growing equine community in the state of Iowa. Additional equine care capacity will enhance our training for our students and residents in advanced equine sports medicine and large animal reproductive services. Other improvements that will be allowed with this expansion include new in vitro fertilization and embryo transfer labs, animal rehabilitation area that will include sports medicine, physical therapy, an exam area, and an equine treadmill. The project will be delivered with a design bid build, and we anticipate the work to be done by fall of '26.
I want to see the treadmill. I think everybody else is.
I want to see that as well. Yeah, that's exciting. Our final project for your consideration today is a remodel of the Seasons Marketplace at the Maple Willows Large Commons Residence Hall. In September of '23, the board approved a project to renovate the back of house space that included the kitchen, the food preparation areas, food storage, dishwashing, and some of their offices. We're now requesting to revise the project budget, increasing from 2.45 to 6.25 million. And this will allow for us to also improve the front of house student-facing operations in conjunction with the back of house improvements. Just for a frame of reference, the last time the facility was renovated was 2008. So it's time to improve the building. Again, the marketplace, the dining facility is located in the Maple Willow Large Residence Halls. It's our second largest dining facility on campus, and it serves about 20,000 meals per week for our students. More specifically, we'll be updating in the dining areas, the food service venues, circulation and queuing, the main entrance and finishes. This will also allow us to have dedicated special dietary needs station, and we'll be upgrading the associated building systems impacted as well, so the HVAC, plumbing, electrical, et cetera. The fund source is from other revenue or dining services, and this work will be tackled during the summers. We'll start it this year, and will continue through 25, 26, and 27 so that it can remain in operation during the academic year.
Thank you, Sean. Any questions for Sean? Yes, Regent Kramer.
That project, are you letting new contracts or are you trying to expand the current contract?
That's a great question, Regent Kramer. I'm not sure that I have that answer here today. Wendy, do you know? But I'm happy to look into that and get back with the board.
Okay, thanks.
Any other questions? Okay, thank you, Sean, and welcome.
Thank you.
Okay, next, Mary Skopek with Lakeside Labs will be joining us via Zoom. Get her up on the screen.
Good morning, Regents. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
All right. Well, good morning. Thank you for letting me talk with you today. Iowa Lakeside Laboratory is seeking board approval to proceed with project planning on our new Innovation and Discovery Laboratory. This laboratory has a water quality laboratory as well as classroom space and revised bathrooms for the campus. We are seeking approval to spend part of the $3 million appropriation that we received in fiscal '25 from the state of Iowa, as well as we'll have another $3 million in fiscal '26 for this project. The budget for this project was based on CMBA Architects' plan, about $5.3 million in 2023-24 numbers. And we will be taking down our existing King and Botany laboratory that was built in the late 1960s. We're basically taking up about $1 million of deferred maintenance in that project. I'm happy to take any questions you have on this project.
Any questions anybody has? I have a couple, Mary, if you don't mind.
Sure.
We had, there was quite a bit of, well, everybody knows about the floods this year. How's the water quality up there now, and what are you seeing?
Yeah, so we've been doing a clamp monitoring program for the last 25 years, and we saw a big spike in nitrogen and phosphorus levels coming into West Okoboji particularly, as well as East Okoboji. We are seeing algae blooms on West Okoboji that are very uncharacteristic, and the lake is less clear than it's been. We are hoping that that will kind of move through the system as, some of the sediment settles out and as the nutrients kind of process in the lakes. But we definitely did see a big spike in some of that. The bacteria levels due to sewage bypasses did really become about normal within 2 weeks of the flood event that happened. So we're confident in recreation in that particular way with bacteria, but those nutrient levels, we really just need to see how the lake recovers over the next year or two.
Are you seeing make sure I'm still on. Are you seeing the data showing that trend coming back down?
We did see, so yeah, what we saw was a big spike in nitrogen and phosphorus in July and August. But in our September samples, those numbers have come down pretty significantly.
Okay, good. How many tests are being done, and how often are you doing these?
So we actually had some funding from a donor who wanted, I don't know, he must have known this flood was going to happen. So our clamp sampling is normally every other week at about 20 some sites in the Iowa Great Lakes. We actually were taking samples twice a week due to that funding from that donor. And so we were really able to capture that flooding issue pretty well during the course of the summer with that every, twice, like I said, twice a week kind of sampling that we had going on.
Excellent, good. And then the data that you collect, does that make public, or where can we see those?
Yeah, so that is all made public. We do have what's called the Clamp Blogspot website. We are working, right now that website has not been updated. We're trying to create a dashboard that creates information on a more real-time basis, but all of our information is made public.
Okay, thank you. I don't have any other questions. Does anybody else have any other? Okay, thank you, Mary.
Thank you.
Okay, with that, Sean is back up again with some easements.
Does this work? There it goes. Okay. We have 2 easements for your consideration today. South 16th Street easement. We're requesting approval to grant a permanent roadway easement to the city of Ames for widening a portion of South 16th Street from University Boulevard to Apple Place. The easement will cross 4 parcels of ISU property. Along with widening the roadway, the project will include replacement of curbs, gutters, the storm sewer improvements, installation of a separate 10-foot wide pedestrian and bike trails on both sides of the road, traffic control improvements, and extension of the culvert at Worrell Creek. ISU is exchanging improved safety and circulation to the ISU campus for the city's access to ISU land, and the project is being funded by the city of Ames. Any questions on that easement? The other easement that we have is in the Sci-Town area. At the June 24 board meeting, the board approved utility easements, including electrical, water, and sewer for the city of Ames for the initial phase of the Sci-Town development. Those easements were recorded with the Story County Recorder's Office, and today we're requesting approval to grant the additional utility easements for the remaining infrastructure installation. These easements will permit the city of Ames to operate and maintain the electrical, water, and sewer infrastructure. Similarly, with the South 16th Street easement, the university is exchanging improved utility services to the Sci-Town development area for the city's access to ISU property. Any questions? Okay, well, thank you very much.
Thank you, Sean. Are there any other items to come before the Property and Facilities Committee? Okay, well, hearing none, we'll recommend all these to the board, and this meeting of the Property and Facilities Committee is adjourned. Thank you.
We're going to go ahead and call the meeting of the Governance Evaluation and Human Resources Committee is now called to order. I'm going to do a roll call. Regent Bates here. Regent Rouse?
Yes.
Regent Ryswick? Yeah, I saw you back there. We'll begin with the approval of the minutes from the June 12th meeting. Are there any changes? Hearing none, these minutes are approved by general consent. For our second agenda item, Associate Counsel Kristen Bauer-Davis will present the personnel appointments.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Today we have two personnel appointments. The appointment of Sean Reeder as Senior Vice President for Operations and Finance at Iowa State University, and Lois Geist as Interim Vice President for Research at the University of Iowa.
The committee will recommend approval by general consent. Our next agenda item is health and dental insurance rates.
So the universities are asking for approval for the 2025 plans and premium increases for employee health and dental insurance effective January 1st, 2025. In your docket is detailed information on the premium rate increases for each university. I'm happy to take any questions.
Are there any questions? Okay. The committee will recommend approval by general consent. Our last agenda item is naming of bargaining teams and appointment of chief negotiator and spokesperson. Kristen?
So it's that time of the year again. So we're asking for approval to appoint Michael Galloway from the Allers and Cooney law firm as chief negotiator and spokesperson for the collective bargaining negotiations on behalf of the board. In addition, we're asking for approval of the 5 collective bargaining teams for the negotiation for the 25-27 collective bargaining agreements for COGS, SEIU, United Faculty, AFSCME, and the AFSCME public safety units.
Are there any questions? The committee will recommend approval by general consent. Is there any other business to come before the committee? Hearing none, the Governance, Evaluation, and Human Resource Committee is now adjourned. Thank you.
Well, welcome to the meeting of the Investment and Finance Committee. The meeting's called to order. Our first item is approval of the minutes of our June 12th, 2024 meeting. Any questions, edits, comments about the minutes? If there are none, we'll consider them approved by general consent. And item number 2 is the investment and cash management report for the quarter ended June 30th, 2024. And we have Marquette Managing Partner Dave Smith to give a presentation. Go ahead.
Thank you, Regent Barker. Good afternoon or good morning, everybody. And I've noticed that we are ahead of schedule. Does that mean that we can dedicate even more time to the path and outlook for interest rates?
You bet.
No? Okay, I'll keep it brief. This has been a fantastic year for risk assets. Equities and even fixed income really have returned and propelled performance for all 5 portfolios under our collective care. The information that we're looking at as of 6/30 has improved even since, or is as of 6/30, and we've seen performance improve since the midpoint in the year. Obviously, there is no shortage of noteworthy news items to report. We are weeks or months away from the general election, and the Federal Reserve is likely to decrease rates for the first time in 4 years, following the highest level of interest rates in 2 decades. And that certainly is exciting news for capital markets, and that announcement will be in just a few hours' time at 1 o'clock. The information here, again, is as of 6/30, but directionally, we are still following the same path. And the key observations and the notes that we've discussed over the past really probably 4 quarters have been centered around inflation and the path of interest rates. And evidenced in this chart here, personal consumption expenditure has trended downward from a high dating back to the 1980s as a result of higher interest rates. In all likelihood, with jobs softening, with the economy decelerating, we will see the Federal Reserve cut rates by 25 or as much as 50 basis points later today. One of the key underpinnings of that expected news is that we are seeing an uptick in unemployment, lows of around 3.7% following COVID. Before the COVID crisis, unemployment was in the neighborhood of 3.5%. So we have been operating in a very healthy, very functioning labor market that has started to soften, likely as a result of higher interest rates. But we have seen labor force participation increase, which is also a good sign. We've also seen wage growth start to compress from higher levels following COVID. Again, another signal that the Federal Reserve is right on its path to reduce interest rates to stave off any additional market cooling. So rate expectations, and this is based on Fed fund futures as of July 7th. These indications have obviously changed, and in all likelihood, we will see a rate reduction, which is stimulative to capital markets, especially bonds and fixed income. And we could see as many as 3 or 75 to as many as 100 basis points of rate reductions before the end of this year. That has led to a wild ride for U.S. Treasuries, and for the better part of the last decade, fixed income has been really a drag on portfolio performance. A crucial part of portfolio construction, it is the safety net, but it also created a relatively low yield environment. As a result of higher interest rates, we have been able to capture benefit of higher yield in a fixed income portfolio, despite the fact that we saw price compression with higher interest rates. Year over year, the Bloomberg Aggregate Bond Index as of September 13th is around 10%. So we've seen very attractive returns recently from fixed income as a result of declining 10-year and higher yield. One of the prevailing themes in U.S. equities in particular, which really has been the best performing asset class, especially large cap growth, has been concentration risk or concentrated performance, namely across the Magnificent Seven. Names like NVIDIA, Tesla, Microsoft, Apple really have driven a larger portion of the Russell 1000 growth, a tech-focused index, or even the S&P 500. So as those names ebb and flow, we do see heightened volatility across equities, but we've seen very strong performance from the largest companies in the U.S. Non-U.S. currency and the impact of the U.S. dollar relative to foreign currencies impacts our performance as U.S. holders of foreign equity. And over, at least as of 6/30, we have seen a stronger dollar, weaker basket of currencies, meaning that performance for non-U.S. equity relative to U.S. equity has trailed. This trend has slightly reversed since the last print, which was at the end of May. And now we've seen the weakest dollar in 8 months, which helps propel non-U.S. equity performance, a key component of a diversified portfolio. And one of the common questions that we always hear this time of year in an election cycle is, what can we expect? And there doesn't seem to be any real clear consensus or clear correlation between an election and equity markets. We do think that equity markets operate independently apart from maybe some volatility around the actual date. But we are looking at large cap stocks on the left, the S&P 500, small cap stocks on the right. And there are a couple of different themes that we can take away from this. On average, equity markets tend to perform well regardless of an election year, except for the tech crisis 2000 and the global financial crisis 2008. And those negative years really were independent of any sort of election theme. The other interesting takeaway is the second half of the year tends to perform better than the first half in an election year. And small cap stocks, which tend to be more volatile, which tend to be more sensitive to interest rates, tend to perform better. And perhaps we will see that same theme again if we see a sizable drop in interest rates, the discount rate, small cap stocks could outperform large caps in the second half of the year.
I mean, you can always look for patterns in things, but are any of these election relationships statistically significant?
I think not.
I think not.
This
right?
slide is only in here because people ask.
Right.
And so we transition now to some of the alternative asset classes in the portfolio, real estate. This really has been the only tailwind over the last probably 18 months in the portfolio and for other portfolios. We are allocated primarily across 4 key property types: multifamily, industrial, office, and retail. And of those 4 segments, the weakest outlook remains in the office space for, I think, reasons that we all know very well, and that remote work is here to stay, even though Amazon is calling all of their people back. But we are starting to see significant discounted trades and transactions in office properties in buildings across the U.S.
We could also see cap rate reductions as rate comes down.
Absolutely.
Come down, right?
And
Yeah.
at some point, we will find a bottom.
Yeah.
The other asset or sub-asset classes have continued to perform well. We do have a diversified real estate portfolio, but really the key headwind has been office. And then lastly, private equity, and we have private equity exposures we'll see in the endowment. This is an asset class that capitalizes on illiquidity premium, is designed to grow assets most meaningfully over the long term, but in an environment where there has been limited clarity or higher interest rates, the gap in bid-ask spread and the difference between buyers and sellers and transaction values has widened, meaning that there are fewer transactions. And we reached a spike in transaction volume in 2021, and that has dropped off significantly, meaning we've seen fewer realizations than we normally would, less cash coming back into the portfolio, fewer deals. But that does create an environment where we've seen a slight discount or a trending downward in overall valuation levels, reminding us of why it's important to commit capital every year to private equity. Timing markets is very difficult. It's even more difficult in private markets. So constantly deploying capital to make sure that we're taking advantage of attractive valuations allows for higher exits. And we'll spend a little bit more time talking about the private equity portfolio in the endowments. So just at a glance, the blue represents trailing performance over the last year as of June 30, and as evidenced by this chart, every single asset class has performed remarkably well with the exception of core open-ended real estate. But what we do need to remember is in 2022, when we first started to see interest rate spikes, equities and fixed incomes trailed off significantly. Real estate was the only positive performing asset class in this portfolio. So this is the nature of diversification, lower correlation. Not all asset classes perform well at the same time, but generally we've done very well across the remaining asset classes.
You mentioned the labor force participation. That going up is a good thing, but it's also a sign of stress, isn't it? That people are coming back, they have to come back into the workforce perhaps because of inflation or other difficulties.
Yeah, possibly. And we did see a deterioration in labor force participation as perhaps aging baby boomers during COVID perhaps permanently retreated. Obviously, there's shifting, there's an ebb and flow in immigration in the United States. All of those are impacting labor.
Which is that that's ticking up now, right?
Yeah, labor force participation.
Right. And that impacts unemployment as it's measured, right? Too.
Correct,
Yeah.
from the denominator effect.
Yeah.
And it also signals that maybe the surplus cash in padded savings accounts have started to deplete, and there is a necessity or a need to return back to work.
Right.
So overall performance, and as always, we look at the 5 portfolios that are under our collective care. Each portfolio has a very specific purpose. The operating portfolios serve to fund more short-term spending needs. The diversified intermediate portfolio, only held by the University of Iowa, more intermediate needs, and of course the endowment is for the long-term growth in servicing of both universities. The allocations across the operating portfolio, the endowments by policy are identical, but there are some differences attributable to cash flows and just need for capital. So the operating portfolio for the University of Iowa has a high allocation to fixed income. Active management in this space has performed remarkably well, as active managers have tended to overweight credit. Credit has outperformed treasuries, and we also have a higher allocation to liquidity to accommodate short-term needs, with smaller allocations to growth assets like U.S. equity, non-U.S. equity, and real estate. And so over the trailing 1 year, on a relative and absolute performance basis, the portfolio has done well, outperforming by 50 basis points. And over the longer term time period, which is reflective of lower return, lower yield from fixed income, we are aligned with benchmark at 2.7%.
And I always like to point out that this quarter return should be multiplied by 4 to compare with the other bars on the chart.
That's exactly right. Thank you, Regent Parker. So the operating portfolio for Iowa State, again, we have an identical policy, but there can be some differences in the overall market value as of the middle of the year. And we see a slightly higher allocation to fixed income, a slightly lower allocation to liquidity, and that's led to really the same performance experience, maybe with 10 basis points higher over the trailing 10 years, but very few differences in the overall outcome and results from the two different operating portfolios. But the key message here, strong performance over the trailing 1 year and in line with expectations over a longer term time period. The intermediate or the diversified intermediate portfolio, obviously the key difference here is higher allocations to growth assets or risk assets like U.S. equity, non-U.S. equity, and that has led to even more attractive performance over the 1 year period, 7% versus 6% when we look at the operating portfolios, and then higher return over the trailing 10 years. We are being rewarded over time by having incrementally higher allocations to growth assets like public equity. And then finally, the endowments, which have a much different asset allocation, much more focused on growth assets like private markets, U.S. equity, non-U.S. equity, to grow assets over time. There tend to be fewer capital demands, capital flows, so we can have a higher allocation to liquid assets. And maintaining the goal allocation to private markets is not as easy as it is with public markets. We can't simply just rebalance. We have to commit new capital every year, and we use that commitment process to try to stay as closely aligned as possible. When public markets perform remarkably well or we see fewer realizations, that changes the relative market value compared to the rest of the portfolio. But the results are meaningful. So over the trailing 1 year period, we've returned 8%. And really over the longer term time period is where we see the merits and benefits of an illiquid asset class, truly capturing an illiquidity premium, outperforming on an absolute and relative basis over the trailing 10 years, 100 basis points of outperformance. And then similar or identical asset allocation for Iowa State, but we do have a higher allocation to private equity as a result of market value and cash demands. And over time, we think that that would be helpful and accretive to the overall portfolio. And the return experience is similar, perhaps not quite as high over the trailing 10-year period, and the overweight to private equity relative to public equity has dampened return over the trailing 1 year period. We've seen a massive run up in public equity. We see a delayed performance or a lag performance from private equity, which does create that shorter term tracking. Any questions about performance of the portfolios? We do have one other annual item, and that's peer comparisons across NACUBO and other peer comparisons.
I just wanted to highlight your point about diversification. Someone might look at that one slide and say, well, why are we in real estate? But the fact that real estate performs differently than the rest of the portfolio is exactly why we do have a portion of the portfolio in real estate.
That's exactly right, and we saw that same exact trend following the global financial crisis when equity markets, in fact, Lehman Brothers collapsed 10 years ago on September 15th. Equity markets cratered, but we saw continued positive performance from real estate. Equity markets started to recover, and then we started to see some deterioration in real estate, and then real estate had a great 10-year run. Screen. Technical difficulties.
Dave might be the first person I've ever helped on a technology issue.
Oh, there we go. Thank you, Brad. So every year, we evaluate our asset allocation and performance relative to a universe of similar peers. More specifically, we look at NACUBO peers of similar size, asset values of $500 million to $1 billion, all NACUBO peers, and then we look at a peer universe, which is larger by count of endowments and foundations. And this is a useful exercise because investors in our peer network tend to have similar risk-return characteristics, similar goals. And while it is an interesting comparison, we don't necessarily want to be guided by what our peers are doing because they do have different liquidity demands, different return goals, different risk tolerances. So there's we need to be peer aware, but we don't necessarily want to make decisions based on what our peers are doing. So University of Iowa, based on asset allocation, we have a number of different key metrics or peer groups here. And University of Iowa is the blue bar. We look at all NACUBO peers. We look at peers that are similar size, and that's the light gray. Investment metrics is a universe or a consortium of endowments and foundations. And then we look at the overall median. And I think the key takeaway here is that we have a higher allocation relative to this peer group to private markets, and that's okay. We don't have significant cash flow demands on the endowment. We can have a higher allocation to private markets, and over the long term, we do think that we will benefit from a very attractive illiquidity premium. And to help mitigate some of that perhaps liquidity risk is a higher allocation to fixed income, which has been more meaningful over the last 12 months as the 10-year Treasury has come down, as yields have increased. But that is the key observation and takeaway: higher allocation to private equity, slightly higher allocation to fixed income.
And we've looked at that pretty closely. I remember Nancy Dunklin and I looked at that very carefully a few years ago, and I questioned at first, that allocation, but it really does fit our particular, liquidity needs, and the fact that we're we have a very long-term outlook. So I think it does make sense. I think it's also interesting that we're, not in the alternative investments as another good example of not necessarily following what our peers are doing, not necessarily jumping on fads and bandwagons.
That's exactly right. And most marketable alternatives, otherwise referred to as hedge funds, hasn't been a particularly compelling place to invest. Fees are high, returns have been low. And we also think about the operating portfolio and the diversified intermediate portfolio. We have liquidity pools outside of the endowment. What we don't know from this peer universe is how that endowment is being used to fund additional sources of liquidity. Because we have separate liquidity pools, we can have a higher allocation relative to peers to an illiquid asset class. And then it's the same observation for Iowa State: higher allocation to private equity, lower allocation to fixed income. And that generally has created more attractive performance on a peer and relative value. The University of Iowa performance is highlighted in blue. The peers, NACUBO peers that are roughly the same size, $500 million to $1 billion, are in gray. And then the other peers are based on the other icons. And what we can take away from this is we have had superior performance relative to peers, largely because of our higher allocation to one of the top performing asset classes, and that's private equity. And the same message for Iowa State. The blue column, with the exception of the trailing one-year period, has had superior performance relative to this peer universe over a 3, 5, and 10-year period, suggesting that the actions that we've been taking collectively over the last 10 years have been working relative to peers. And then we also look at invest metrics. This is a more comprehensive view of endowments and foundations. There tend to be more data points. And really the key highlights here: the circle represents the University of Iowa endowment. The triangle represents the policy. Those are generally pretty aligned, but again, over a trailing 3, 5, and 10-year period, we have demonstrated more attractive return performance than a broader universe of endowments and foundations. And again, identical outcome for the Iowa State University. So relative to our NACUBO peers of similar size and a broader universe, the actions that we've taken, the thoughtfulness of portfolio construction, manager selection, desire to keep costs as low as possible, have been accretive to the universities and the portfolios under our care.
Any questions from anyone? We might as well earn that liquidity premium if we don't need the liquidity. And so that and diversification, I think, are the big takeaways here. But great. Any other business for the committee? If not, we're adjourned. Thank you very much.
Oh, there, now I'm on, okay. It is time for lunch, so if everybody would want to go get some lunch and be back here at 1, then we can resume. Thank you.
Thank you. I think we're going to go ahead and start just a few minutes earlier. We've got everyone here. Currently, I'm the lone surviving member of the Academic Affairs Committee until we have two new appointees. So there won't be any split votes today on your recommendations. We want to, first of all, welcome Provost Jason Keith, and welcome to Iowa. Glad you're here. Looking forward to working for you. First item on our agenda are the June Academic Affairs Committee meeting minutes. Are there any questions or concerns about those minutes? If not, I will recommend approval for those. Second item is a new center request at the University of Iowa. Provost Kriegel, you want to do the introductions here? Okay, great.
So this is a request to establish a new center at the University of Iowa. It will be called the Center for Social Science Innovation. The proposal represents the outcome of a review of a long-standing center on our campus, the Public Policy Center, and that has been housed in the Office of Vice President for Research for many years. After completion of the review of this center, the director of the Public Policy Center, along with our associate deans for research and faculty who are affiliated with this center, were tasked with the mandate to redesign the center's mission, organizational structure, and operational function to create a new research and service center dedicated to supporting the social sciences. The new proposed center will replace the Public Policy Center. The proposed center will provide mechanisms to enable social scientists at the university to generate practical but critical insights about fundamental issues relevant to Iowans. It will provide strategic resources to support high-impact, innovative research, foster interdisciplinary collaboration, maintain strong partnerships with other centers on our campus as well as the other Regents institutions, and facilitate contract and grant development, and finally collaborate with constituents from Iowa's communities to solve local challenges. The proposed center pursues 4 primary cores: research incubation, grant development and programming, survey and multi-methodology research services, and communication and dissemination. The objectives of the center align well with our strategic plans, and that's specifically in the areas of advancing research and discovery, improving student, faculty, and staff success, and expanding the university's impact on local and regional communities. The center is also going to facilitate opportunities for learning and skill development among our grad and undergrad students. We've held conversation with both Iowa State and UNI about the proposed center. Our center's focus on survey methodology and evaluation services complements well and will not compete with the Center for Social and Behavioral Research at the University of Northern Iowa. The director of the CSBR provided input on the creation of the center, and both the director and the dean of the College of Social and Behavioral Sciences at UNI fully support the development of the new center. At Iowa State, the Center for Survey Statistics and Methodology has complementary but also more advanced capabilities. The director of ISU Center and the ISU Office for Vice President for Research support the proposed center at the University of Iowa, which we greatly appreciate. And in closing, this implementation represents a revamping and refocusing of the former Public Policy Center, and there's no additional resources or staff necessary for this center transition.
Okay, what's the anticipated implementation?
It's ready to go.
Ready to go, okay, great. Any questions or concerns about this recommendation? Okay, thank you. The committee will recommend approval to the full board. Item 3 is about an administrative restructure and a program termination. Associate Provost Holman will present. You can do both if you would like.
Yep. Thank you. Good afternoon. The University of Iowa College of Liberal Arts and Sciences is proposing an administrative change to the Division of World Languages, Literatures, and Cultures, or DWILC, which currently oversees and is connected to 5 separate departments into a simpler structure that will be comprised of 2 departments: the Department of Spanish and Portuguese and the Department of Languages, Linguistics, Literatures, and Cultures, or LLLC. The proposed restructure involves the following steps: closing the Division of World Languages, Literatures, and Cultures, closing the departments of French and Italian, German, Linguistics, and Asian and Slavic Languages and Literatures, moving the administrative home of the Department of Spanish and Portuguese from DWOC to a standalone department, and creating a Department of Languages, Linguistics, Literatures, and Cultures. I will not try to say that 3 times quickly. So, LLLC. As detailed in the docket, faculty who are appointed in the departments that are closing will be moved to the proposed department of LLLC. Additionally, all the undergraduate and graduate degree programs from the departments being closed will move into the proposed department of LLLC. With the administrative home of the existing Department of Spanish and Portuguese moving from DWOC to a standalone department, faculty appointments and degree programs will also move, with the exception of the BA in Portuguese, which we are requesting to close due to very low enrollment. In fact, there are currently no students enrolled or declared in the major, and the details of our closure request are in the docket as well. Bringing the faculty and administrative and academic staff together into 2 departments will help the college reduce costs and administrative duplication, and also deliver curriculum and teaching activities more efficiently. Additionally, these changes will allow for more interdisciplinary engagement and collaboration among faculty and graduate students who study languages, language learning, culture, literature, and translation across the areas. Undergraduate and graduate students in all related programs will not be impacted by this change. All the proposed changes are to be permanent. It would take place in August 25 should it be approved. I'm happy to answer any questions that you might have about this.
Any questions or concerns for Tanya? Regent Barker.
Just to be clear, you have a section here that there's no impact really on students.
That is correct.
Students are going to continue to learn languages.
Absolutely.
And you said there are no students in the department that are being closed.
That is correct.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? Okay, the committee will recommend approval of that to the full board. And you also have an administrative restructure and program termination in the areas of School of Earth, Environmental, and Sustainability. You want to go ahead and take that?
I will, thank you. The College of Liberal Arts and Sciences is proposing an administrative change that will close the departments of Earth and Environmental Sciences and Geographical and Sustainability Sciences and create a single administrative unit to be called the School of Earth, Environment, and Sustainability, or SEAS. Class made the decision to restructure based on a review of comparable programs at peer institutions which found similar administrative and academic changes have increased opportunities for new research directions and funding and expanded experiential and applied learning opportunities for students. Additionally, the proposed streamlined programs of study will provide administrative efficiencies in managing the undergraduate curriculum options for students. Faculty and staff from 2 different departments will be moved into the proposed school. I would note that the changes I'm presenting were approved by departmental faculty. The following degree programs will move into the proposed school: the MA and PhD in Geography, MS and PhD in Geoscience, BA in Environmental Policy and Planning, and BA and BS in Environmental Sciences, which has been renamed Earth and Environmental Sciences in a separate action. Additionally, as part of the restructuring of the undergraduate curriculum in the areas of environmental and sustainability sciences and environmental policy and planning, class is proposing to close the following degree programs: the BA and BS in Geoscience, BA and BS in Geography, BS in Sustainability Science, and the BS in Environmental Policy and Planning. Please note that current students will certainly have the option to complete their programs of studies who are already in them. More information about these is in the docket. Finally, class is requesting approval for a new BA and BS in Geographical and Sustainability Sciences program in SEAS, which is a reimagining of the BA and BS degrees in Geography and the BS degree in Sustainability Sciences, which we are requesting to close. I'll talk in a moment about the new proposed degree. So to sum up, with the proposed restructuring, undergraduate students interested in this area of study will have the following degree options: a BA or BS in Geographical and Sustainability Sciences, BA or BS in Earth and Environmental Sciences, and a BA in Environmental Policy and Planning. A unique aspect and strength of the reimagined curriculum, including the proposed new BA and BS degrees in Geographical and Sustainability Sciences, will be the sharing of introductory courses among these 3 areas of study, exposing students to a greater breadth of the field and building and fostering a greater sense of community among the students. The intersection will also provide opportunities for students to participate in integrated, interdisciplinary research and education opportunities instead of a distributed set of related academic programs split across different academic departments. I want to return now to the proposed new BA and BS in Geographical and Sustainability Sciences, or GSS. As previously mentioned, the new degree program is a reimagining of the 2 degrees that we've talked about previously. And as the new degree program was proposed, enrollment patterns and student learning outcomes were reviewed, and it was determined that the proposed degrees will provide a wider range of career paths for students and will be attractive for those reasons. Students in the GSBA program will study topics including climatology and population geography, while students in the BS program may further specialize in spatial analytical methods or gain a deeper appreciation and understanding of the science behind sustainability. In addition to being attractive to students new to the university, we anticipate the new degree will also be attractive to our current students, so we may have students within class double majoring, as well as from other colleges such as public health and engineering might choose to double major. As detailed in the docket, there are similar programs at ISU, UNI, and several private colleges in the state. Class representatives shared the proposal with colleagues at ISU and UNI who were supportive, and we appreciate that. Students who graduate with degrees in this area will pursue a wide range of career paths in multiple sectors. Data from the Bureau of Labor Statistics indicate a significant projected growth, 40 to 80%, in jobs related to the fields of environmental and sustainability sciences. The personnel, facilities, and equipment necessary to establish and maintain the program are already in place, since this new program will share core curriculum with other existing majors, and the termination of other majors opens up faculty time and resources for this reimagined program. I'm happy to provide additional information, answer any questions. The new degree program would be effective in the fall should it be approved.
Great. Any questions or objections? Been busy. Somebody, or you made other people busy, I don't know. Thank you. Committee will recommend approval to the full board on that. Item 5 on our agenda are new program requests from Iowa State University in game design and Bachelor of Arts in Education Studies. Provost Keith, looks like you brought a designated hitter with you today.
Thank you for the welcome. This is my first meeting. I'm excited to be here. I turn it over to Associate Provost Van der Zanden.
Good afternoon. The first item that Iowa State University has is a new Bachelor of Science degree in game design. This degree would be administered by our College of Design and is part of the university's Degrees of the Future initiative, which you've heard about over the last year. The degree will bring together multiple colleges, including engineering, human sciences, liberal arts, and sciences, to provide a comprehensive and interdisciplinary course of study in game design and development. When we think of game design, we might be tempted to only consider the finished product on our phones or on our gaming system. But in reality, game design includes art, storytelling, psychology, and technology, as well as the rules, gameplay, and overall structure to create a high-quality experience. Interest for the degree on campus is strong. Currently, Iowa State courses focus on games and game design, frequently reach their enrollment capacities, and the university's Game Development Club engages over 650 students currently.
Wow.
Nationally, more and more students are interested in game design as a major, as outlined in the docket item. And graduates from this program can stay in Iowa and work for companies like Gold Creek Games, Numinous Games, and Hatchlings. And because we know many businesses prefer to locate where there is available talent, having this degree could actually bring some of these companies to our state. The proposed degree in game design would be the first among the Regents institutions, and we appreciate receiving support from both Iowa and UNI. There are other institutions that are offering programs around the game design concepts. For example, Western Iowa Technical Community College and Iowa Lakes Community College offer associate's degree in game design. Marshalltown Community College offers an esports program management degree, and we feel that both of these would be opportunities if students choose to pursue a four-year degree, that our degree would be attractive to them. As shown in the docket item, we expect an initial enrollment of 30 students majoring in game design, growing quickly to 240 students in 4 years. There is no additional cost to offer the program. The faculty facilities are already in place. Those ongoing instructional costs, including the creation of the 3 new courses, will be supported by the tuition revenue from students in the program. Pending board approval, we would like to begin offering this program in fall of 2025, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Any questions? Regent Ricewick?
Yes, thank you. There, the elements of storytelling, psychology, and technology, I'm just curious, what are the elements of psychology in game design?
Thank you for that question. Yeah, the psychology of the game design, from what I understand from the experts who are involved in the program development, really gets at how an individual will interact with the interface, either the game that they're playing and kind of decision making that they have to do when they get to a decision point in the game. One of the other areas that they're looking at is using game design as the platform to create training materials that can be used with first responders and others who get into that situational decision making, and that would be another example of where the psychology would fit in.
Okay, thanks. Because some of it is, I have young kids that I would consider maybe addicted to these games. So hopefully it's not that type of psychology to make it more engaging so their eyeballs don't go elsewhere. Yeah.
I think their focus is in the other area, but certainly that is something, and that is why our psychology department is involved. We have a couple of faculty who are very much involved in looking at the implications of screen time and digital engagement that young people have, and so I know that they'll be involved at different points.
That's good to know. Thank you.
Yeah.
Good question. Any other questions?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, Regent Barker. I was looking the other way.
In the workforce needs section, you say that video game industry will grow by 74% from 2020 to 27. So we're more than halfway through that. Are we up? Are we meeting those projections?
That's another good question. I don't have the most recent data on that. I know that those were the numbers that we were using when they were initially developing the program. I know that our team has been working very closely with a couple of institutions that have game design programs that have been in place longer. Rochester Institute of Technology, and I believe there's a couple of others, and they have continued to see growth and enrollment in their programs.
Any other questions? No objections? Committee will recommend approval of that program. You want to take the next one?
So I believe the next one on the list is the Bachelor of Science in Education Studies. And the School of Education proposes a new Bachelor of Science in Education Studies. The degree will meet a growing opportunity for careers within the field of education that go beyond traditional classroom teaching roles. This includes educational settings such as museums, zoos, or libraries, and also community-based education, international education, educational technology, and educational policy. An extensive market review showed student demand for this type of degree program. As an example, the number of bachelor's level graduates or completers in education studies has increased by 11% nationally and 25% in Iowa from 2018 to 2022. This program will be complementary to our existing education degree programs that lead to teacher licensure. It will build on our already existing framework of faculty, facilities, and outstanding coursework. Further, through our statewide extension and outreach mission, the established infrastructures and existing collaborations will provide partnerships, field experiences, and we believe outstanding internship opportunities for our students. Students in the new degree program will complete coursework similar to the School of Education teacher licensure students in years 1 and 2. In the third year, students will complete coursework focused on one of the 3 emphasis areas: teaching, learning, and leadership, innovation, technology, and society, or STEM. In their final year, they will complete a semester-long internship related to their career goals. In the area of similar programs, the University of Iowa offers an undergraduate non-licensure education major titled Education Studies and Human Relations. University of Northern Iowa offers a minor in Educational Studies. And while cooperation among institutions is strong, the methodology and approaches to the 3 programs are sufficiently different to preclude an interinstitutional program. A few private institutions offer a similar degree in title, but there is much variability to these programs and their learning outcomes. Examples of those institutions are Drake, Buena Vista, William Penn, Loras, and Morningside. This proposal was shared with the appropriate deans at the University of Northern Iowa and University of Iowa. Both deans noted their support for the program as a means to professionalize education outside of traditional licensure programs. We appreciate receiving support from both institutions as noted in the docket item. Also shown in the docket item, we expect a steady state enrollment of 50 students by year 5. There are no additional costs to offer the program. The faculty facilities are already in place, and the ongoing instructional costs will be supported by the tuition that will be generated. Pending board approval, we would like to begin offering the program in the fall of 2025. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
Any questions? All right. The committee will recommend approval of that new program. You also have, next item on there is a college name change.
Yes, so the next item is related to a college name change. Iowa State University proposes to rename its College of Human Sciences to the College of Health and Human Sciences. We believe this change better reflects the college and its programs and is consistent with similar colleges at peer institutions. Health has long been a part of the college's programming. Students can pursue many health-related fields, including gerontology, kinesiology, human development, as well as the new digital health degree that was approved in April. As a result of adding health to the college name, it will strengthen our recruiting and our retention of students into these programs. It will enhance our visibility of our research and extension and outreach programs and create opportunities for future growth that are consistent with our mission and scope at Iowa State. Of Iowa State's 10 board-approved peer institutions, 6 have colleges similar to ours, and 2/3 of those have the word health in their college name. Those examples are Colorado State University, Kansas State University, Purdue, and Oregon State University. This type of naming convention is also happening nationally. The Association of Public Land-Grant Universities Board of Human Sciences changed its name to the Board of Health and Human Sciences in 2022. And we have a letter in the docket describing this change from the APLU and supporting the name change to the college. Multiple discussions have occurred with both institutions, University of Iowa and University of Northern Iowa. We had a discussion at the COPS meeting in June, and we appreciate receiving the support of both Iowa and UNI for our proposal. There are no significant costs to make the change, and we will print new items as they are needed. Pending board approval, we would like to make this change effective immediately, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Any questions or concerns? Great. You guys have been busy too. Appreciate it. Items, we'll recommend approval of that to the full board. And then next item is proposed on the docket program merger at Iowa State?
Yes, thank you. On the docket item, and there was an item to request merging food science and culinary food science degree programs. Due to some things that have developed in the last number of weeks, we would like to withdraw that proposal. Our departments are interested in exploring this a little bit further. If they do decide to bring it forward, we would bring it back through the regular process. But on behalf of the institution, I would like to request that we withdraw it.
Okay, great, thank you. No objections here. Thank you. Item 8 is a request from the University of Northern Iowa to establish a new center.
Thank you, Regent Linda Meyer. I'm going to have two folks come up here that are really excited about starting this new center, Drs. Jennifer McNabb and Dr. Scott Peters, who will be presenting on behalf of UNI. And while they're taking their seats, I just want to publicly acknowledge Dr. Keith as a new provost here at Iowa State. Welcome to this great state.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Yeah, there. You're not. Yep, there they go.
Thank you. We're very happy to talk to you today about our proposal for a Center for Civic Education and to answer any questions you might have about it. The proposal in front of you is the result of a very intentional, years-long effort to make civic education an engagement and institutional priority at UNI. It builds on existing strengths and lays out reasonable goals for growth based on them. In 2020, Jen and I met with two other department heads, Susan Hill and Jim O'Loughlin, to discuss how we might be able to enhance civic education within our new general education curriculum. Our regular discussions during that time led us to apply for a grant from the National Endowment for Humanities in 2021, which we received in spring of 2022. With the support of that grant and with the subsequent internal grant, we've built a leadership team of 15 faculty members and administrators from across 3 colleges to design and implement a civic education curriculum. We've already begun to assess results of the program to encourage innovation in civic education on campus. We're enrolling students in a general education certificate and a standalone minor that emphasize building civic knowledge, civic skills, and civic values so that students who leave UNI are equipped to be engaged citizens. As we've done this work, we've been careful to design our curriculum so that it's as attractive as possible to education students because we recognize that the biggest impact we can have is through our role in teacher education. We want the center to enhance civic education not only at UNI, but across the state in K-12 education.
47% of the bachelor degrees in the country are produced by regional public universities like UNI. But a multi-year project by AASC&U and Ithaca has revealed that they are largely absent from research on civic education. Much of the research that explores civic education is focused on voting. Our center offers opportunities for a much more expansive consideration of civic education, free speech, and public service, and we are already exploring venues for our preliminary findings. Further, UNI has strong archival collections that will make the center a destination for those researching Iowa history, politics, and public service with state and national scope. The center will prioritize training for faculty, students, and staff to cultivate habits that allow for talking productively across differences. We are committed to developing curriculum and classroom strategies to create an educational environment welcoming to students of diverse perspectives. We are bringing the discussion project to UNI in the spring, which will train 30 faculty in a 3-day intensive training for talking and dialoguing across differences in the classroom. The center will emphasize the production of educational resources. First, our pre-service teachers at UNI will be producing lesson plans and support material for in-service teachers across the state, and we will sponsor an annual conference at UNI on civic education and free speech. Further, our public history students will work on public education in civic ed through the creation of traveling exhibits for education and for civic spaces, hoping to draw on our partnership with the Iowa community colleges. The center's ultimate goal is to help our community develop the civic knowledge, skills, and dispositions required for understanding and application of the values of free speech, civic leadership, public service, and citizenship.
So as we think about what the center will be doing in the coming years, we'd like to highlight 4 things. First, curricular innovation. We expect the center to help push us to continue curricular innovation in civic education. The leaders of our effort so far have focused on how we can design civic education curriculum that's friendly to the strict licensing requirements of teacher preparation students. But there are a lot of other majors that are well known for being lengthy or so tightly scheduled or having strict licensing requirements that it's difficult to fit in other subjects, STEM majors, healthcare fields, some business majors. We'd like to work with those majors to incorporate civic learning more effectively in a way that works within their program and licensure requirements. Toward this end, we've already had preliminary discussions with the head of the Department of Nursing and Public Health about this, and we see this type of work as phase 2 of our curriculum work.
We are eager to install a director for the Center of Civic Education to support faculty development activities in civic ed and free speech, from study groups and book groups to table exercises with our Center for Excellence in Teaching and Learning at UNI.
We view the center as being able to coordinate and better publicize and raise the profile of a very strong set of civic engagement activities that we have for students and available to the public as well. Examples of such activities include our award-winning Panthers Vote efforts. In 2020, 73.1% of UNI students voted in the presidential election. Another example is our participation in the Congress to Campus program. This is a program where 2 former members of Congress, one Democrat and one Republican, visit college campuses. We've participated in that regularly for 20 years. We anticipate that we can better highlight and promote these kinds of events through a center. And we can also attract higher profile national speakers and better publicize our regular events such as Constitution Day and other things like that.
And finally, we want to continue our fine tradition of teacher preparation and outreach. We use 2023-24 as a pilot year for our programming, our new curricula. And 980 students at UNI took at least one course that emphasized civic education and free speech in our new curricula. 446 took 2 courses, and 42 students have already completed the coursework for our certificate. Crunching our census numbers, that means currently 10.55% of UNI students are already engaged in the work of civic education and free speech education on our campus.
Thank you.
Any questions? Regent Barker.
Thanks. I just want to thank you for putting this together. It really is exactly the sort of thing we were thinking about in Directive Number 9 of the DEI Committee. I know this has been in the works for longer than that. You've been thinking about it for longer than that, and that's even better that you've been thinking about this for a while and are putting it together. So thanks very much.
Regent Rouse.
For the K-12, that you talked about the teacher civic education in K-12, is there one end, I'm guessing, on the older end of that spectrum, or can you touch a little bit about that? You did say K-12, so is it the high school, middle school, or what does that look like?
I know that the framing of history education for the state does reach back K through 12, so we're going to be strategizing initiatives. A lot of our original outreach was for elementary education majors at UNI who do not get quite the exposure to the social sciences that we would like to see them achieve. So yes, we are being intentional about the elementary ed piece.
And I would just add that when we talk about civic learning, we generally talk about 3 different types of things that students have to learn. They have to learn civic knowledge. And so in the lower elementary grades, there's only so much you can teach them about the way government works or about the details of American history. But they also have to learn civic skills. And those include things like how to talk to people that we disagree with and how we work in common to achieve goals as a community. Those skills certainly are taught from the earliest stages. And they include civic values. What are the basic values that, as a representative democracy, we need to instill in people in order to be successful? That work is also done from a very early age. So there are lots of ways to integrate this even from early ages.
Jennifer, I may have misunderstood this, but you mentioned you're doing training with 30 faculty members. Now, will those faculty members then go out and are they going to teach that in the school, on campus, or out in the field?
This is for our campus population, for faculty and staff development. We're intentionally inviting faculty who are currently teaching courses in our civic ed certificate and our civic ed minor, but we're also reaching out to people who work in student services and residence life. This needs to be a university-wide initiative. Some of the research studies that I've been reviewing lately talk about the importance of all institutional support, not just coursework, not just student services, but it needs to be an all-encompassing sort of reinforcing curriculum. And so those are the kind of folks that we're going to be inviting to our discussion project sessions.
Great, I think that's smart. Any other questions for the group? Great. We'll recommend approval of that for the full board. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next item is an annual report from Iowa Lakeside Lab, and the board's chief academic officer, Rachel Boone, will provide that report.
Thanks, Regent Lindemeyer. The report is in the docket, so I'm not going to detail that. And we had the good fortune earlier this morning to have Dr. Mary Skopik, the director of Iowa Lakeside Lab, on during the facilities meeting, and you were able to hear through Regent Reiswick's questions some good examples of the kind of work that they've been doing up at Lakeside Lab in the last year. I know some of that's highlighted in the report. I would also elevate just something that I think a lot of folks have appreciated is how when the flooding occurred in Northwest Iowa, not only were they doing water sample testing, they were rolling up their sleeves and sandbagging in the nearby communities and going to the places where help was needed and providing that as well. So a really good report in your docket, and I just provide that all to you for your information.
Great. Any other questions for Rachel? Okay. Our final item is a university presentation to update us on admissions and the FAFSA. I don't know if there's an adjective that goes with FAFSA this year or not.
You don't want to hear it on
yeah, we don't want to hear it. And Catherine Siskey, the Assistant Vice President and Executive Director of Admissions at Iowa State, Terry Crumley, Director of Admissions at UNI, and Kirk Kluver, Assistant Provost and Executive Director of Admissions at the University of Iowa. You have the floor.
Thank you for inviting us today. I'm Terry Crumley from UNI, and I'm here with my colleagues, Kirk Kluver from the University of Iowa and Catherine Johnson-Suski from Iowa State University, to discuss the FAFSA delay and the implications on recruitment and enrollment efforts. First, we'd like to provide a high-level overview of the delay timeline. The most significant changes from fall 2023, which was a normal year, which has been the first in a while, to fall 2024, were the postponement of the FAFSA opening from October 1 to December 30th. But the more significant part of that delay was really the delay of the financial aid data until mid-March. That delay pushed financial aid awards out until April, which is nearly 2 months later than usual, which caused considerable stress for families and created additional challenges for our recruitment efforts, which we'll elaborate on a bit more. Looking ahead, however, we are optimistic, as we always are in admissions. So Kirk will outline the anticipated timeline for the fall 2025 cycle.
I share Terry's optimism. to institutions in a timely manner. So there seems to be confidence around these new deadlines and timelines, and we're eagerly awaiting to see if things go as planned on December 1st. And we'll feel very good about this process if we begin receiving student financial aid records in mid-December. So I think next we're going to give a retrospective on the last year and the admission cycle and discuss the impacts of FAFSA delays on our entering class this year.
So there were a number of downstream impacts of the FAFSA delays. Until we had financial data, we were unable to award many scholarships across the university. This did seem to impact non-resident applicants and even international applicants more than Iowans, as we saw those populations wait later in the cycle after financial and scholarship awards were made to make their decisions. Delayed decisions impacted other aspects, such as university enrollment and budget planning, housing management, course management, and orientation attendance. On a bright note, we saw Iowans respond differently than many students across the nation. There was strong yield of offered first-year Iowans throughout the admission cycle. My interpretation is that students were willing to commit earlier and without financial aid packages due to the strong value offered by Iowa State as a Regent university. Even without knowing their financial aid awards, they knew that their Iowa State education would be affordable.
Thank you, Catherine. It's been well documented, the cloud of uncertainty for students and families that they faced as a result of these FAFSA delays. There was also a great deal of uncertainty on our campus as we were attempting to make enrollment projections for this year. So if we go back to early March, we still had not received any student financial aid records for high school seniors. At the University of Iowa, we had a record number of applications for admission, and we already had a few thousand students accept their admission offer, but we didn't know how any of those indicators would translate into official enrollment numbers, and we didn't know what to expect once financial aid offers were delivered. There were weeks in the spring where we feared we would be under-enrolling, and there were weeks where we had real fears that we'd be over-enrolling, which would cause some significant challenges on our campus with housing and orientation and course availability. Fortunately, it all worked out. We were able to enroll a class right within our optimal enrollment target, 5,208 first-year students and 1,083 transfer students. And I'd like to publicly acknowledge the financial aid offices and IT departments from all of our campuses. There were several late nights and weekends that our folks put in order to get financial aid offers out as quickly as they could. On March 12th of 2024, we received our first student financial aid records. On April 16th, we sent our first financial aid offers out to students. That was a record turnaround time for our campus, and we believe we were the first Big Ten university to get financial aid offers in the hands of students. And I have no doubt that the impact of delays could have been very severe had it not been for the efforts of our folks in financial aid and in our IT departments. If you take a deeper dive into our first-year class, our first-year applications were up 8.1% this year, but the number of first-year applicants who submitted to FAFSA were down 8.3%. And according to recent information from the National College Attainment Network, nationally, the number of high school seniors last year who completed a FAFSA is down 9% year over year. At one point in the spring, that number was minus 40%. So the gap was closed throughout late spring and early summer. And that FAFSA decrease is smaller in the state of Iowa. This is an unofficial number talking with folks around the state, but we think that FAFSA decline could be less than 3%. And I'd also like to acknowledge the Iowa College Access Network for helping Iowa families complete the FAFSA and really navigate through some very choppy waters this year with the issues. ICANN is really an invaluable resource for Iowans. We're encouraged to see some stability in the percentage of our first-year students who submitted a FAFSA. If you look at our first-year enrolled class, 86% of those students submitted a FAFSA. That number was 87% last year. We're also encouraged to see the percentage of our first-year students receiving a Pell Grant increase. 19.3% of our new first-year students received a Pell Grant. That was 17.4% of our first-year class last year. We've heard from our peers around the country that these increases are pretty common, and there's reason to believe a lot of that has to do with changes in the federal financial aid formulas. And I know when our financial aid directors come to a future meeting, they'll likely take a little deeper dive into the impacts of those changes. Certainly throughout this process, we were concerned about certain populations of students, our first generation students, and we were very pleased to maintain our 20% of first in family to attend college in our entering class this year. We also had some real concerns about retention. As students were thinking about coming back for their second year, their financial aid offer would have a significant impact on that decision. And with the work of our team, we were able to deliver financial aid offers to returning students in April. And I think that was one of many reasons and one of many efforts that helped us achieve our goal of a 90% first to second year retention rate. And to close, I'll mention we still, as of this week, have identified about 200 current students on our campus that completed the FAFSA, that received a financial aid offer, but are still having issues having their financial aid dispersed, and they're unable to pay their tuition. Usually this is a federal processing issue and of no fault of the student. And so we know who these students are. We've been working with them individually to resolve these issues, and we have waived any kind of late fees that are involved with the delay in paying their tuition. So.
I would just add at UNI, obviously we serve a much more, as an access institution, a higher percentage of low-income and first-generation students. And the delays really did impact our students. Our counselors tend to really reach out to Pell Grant recipients in a special way because we know that they need additional assistance. And not having that data to know who those students were, not knowing which students filed the FAFSA and who did not file the FAFSA was very problematic for a serious, for a period of time. So we, like my colleagues, did a lot of extra work. Our financial aid offices did a lot of extra work. IT did a lot of extra work. And we made this all happen. And luckily, we have a lot of great students on our campuses, but we're really hopeful that we get back to a normal timeline. I'll leave it there.
Any other questions for this group? Regent Barker?
So I think in economics, we think about income and substitution effects. And I think the income effect is with the FAFSA problems, with that some students might have decided maybe not to go to college at all. The substitution effect is that with problems with FAFSA, they go for the best value. And so it sounds like for Iowa universities that the substitution effect outweighed the income effect. Is that right? And a good way to think about it?
Yep, I would agree.
Plus good execution. So that's great.
And we certainly appreciate the extra effort that it took. I was interested in the increase in Pell Awards because didn't you initially anticipate that maybe it would go the other way? That the new formula would take it the other way? Or did I remember that?
No, I think there were certainly concerns, especially with farm assets and small business assets, that there would be students that would have been eligible in the past that were no longer eligible. And I know our financial aid team will do a much longer presentation on that at some point. But you're correct. We had the similar concern that that number might go down, and it seems to be a national trend that there are more Pell Grant recipients this year.
Interesting.
That's right. There was something about siblings also in that, wasn't there? That was part of the, and so that didn't end up having the effect that we'd thought.
I think we need to do a little more of a postmortem on that, but yeah, we were really concerned about that. Multiple children in college, there was no longer a benefit to those families and it particularly would impact current students that may have received some type of federal aid that would no longer be eligible. And certainly we had several of those students in our financial aid offices this year trying to seek solutions when they have the new formula and their aid could have been reduced significantly.
Great.
One reminder about the Pell Grant, remember it is a sliding scale. So, it can be, a student could be a Pell Grant recipient with $500, and a student could be a Pell Grant recipient with $7,000, right? And so that was some of the changes with the FAFSA as well, is where did the students line up in that amount? So more to come from our financial aid directors on that, but just to point to, it's not a single amount, it's a sliding scale.
Great. Good point. Any other questions? Thank you for your report. If there's no other business to come before the committee, this meeting is adjourned. Thank you.
Okay, we'll go ahead and get started with the Free Speech and Student Affairs Committee. I'll call this meeting to order. And it looks like I'm here and Regent Lindenmeyer is here as well for roll call. We'll start by approving the minutes from the June 12th meeting. Does anyone have any changes? Seeing none, these minutes are approved by general consent. For our next agenda item, we have representatives from the 3 universities to provide an update on board-mandated First Amendment training. I'll welcome everyone, and if you could introduce yourselves, that would be great.
Of Iowa.
Rob Schweers from the Provost Office here at Iowa State. I've drawn the straw to start first. Thank you for this opportunity to share our results with free speech training for Iowa State, starting with our students. 65.4% of our students, almost 20,000 of them, completed the training last year, which is a jump from the prior year, so we were pleased to see that. If we look specifically at our new students, 5,000 freshmen completed the training last year, which if we match that up to our new direct from high school enrollment for fall 2023, that's about 85% of those students, so we're pleased with that outcome. New for this year, we have a Cyclone 101 training course, which further ingrains the training as part of the list of things that students need to do before they arrive on campus, even though that training is available throughout the year. And I think due to orientation, that also drives when our students complete the training. We saw 57% of students complete it in the fall semester, which would include the summer before they arrive, compared to 43% in the spring. If we move to employees, 84.5% of our employees overall completed the training last year. That includes 90% of both our professional and scientific and our merit staff, 72% of our faculty, and about 66% of our postdocs. Those numbers are consistent with last year, but if we look specifically at our new employees who are automatically assigned the training through Workday Learn, last year 96% of new faculty and PNS staff and 99% of new merit staff, 170 out of 171 completed the training. So that's a quick update on Iowa State's experience, and I'm happy to answer any questions now or at the end.
We can maybe wait for questions. So, thank you.
All right, once again, thank you for the opportunity. I'm going to start with students. And so when we look at new students from last fiscal year, 98% of undergraduates and 65% of graduate professional students completed the training. And as a reminder, the free speech training module is in Success at Iowa, which is a required online college transition course for incoming first year and transfer students. And then data from that system feeds into our compliance and qualification system, which is used for our employees as well. So that is kind of on the new student side of the house. When we look at employees from last year, so just looking at employees who completed the training during fiscal year 24, 89% of faculty and 93% of staff completed it. If we look at the percentages of employees who ever completed the training, those numbers increased to 98% for faculty and 99% for staff. And once again, as a reminder, the university has a compliance and qualification system that's utilized for all of our required trainings, and I think that our employees are very used to getting notifications from that system. So I know that I took the original training in February, and so a month ahead of time when my time comes due, I get a notification from the system. I want you to know I go in promptly and complete it. However, if I did not, I would then receive a reminder, and eventually my supervisor would receive a notification if I didn't complete it. So that is how the system works at the University of Iowa, and that's just on our training data. Should the committee like an update on any of our additional free speech and freedom of expression initiatives, I'm happy to chat about that too, so just let me know. Thank you.
Chair Rouse, Regent Lindenmeyer, Regents. Thank you for the opportunity to share the work that we're doing on campus related to not only civic education, but also to free speech training. In addition to the numbers, the completion numbers, I would like to share some of the work that we are doing on campus in this area. I do have to preface the numbers with the clause that we are double checking the accuracy of the numbers because our training is delivered in different formats. We do have training that is delivered electronically, that is housed in our learning management system. As of July 1 this year, the campus transitioned to the Workday software, so we are also having conversations about training specifically for the employees, for faculty and staff that would be housed in that system, as well as we have quite a number of trainings that are done in person, specifically with our student government, with new faculty, and with a couple of other groups. So we are pulling all of those numbers together to really make sure that nothing slips through the cracks, but I am not confident that the numbers that we have in front of us are accurate. As it is right now, on the student side, we have close to 60% of our students that have completed the training, and on the faculty staff side, we have close to 20% of those that completed the training. Last year, we focused our efforts on making sure that training was available, discussed during orientation and onboarding. So we're really targeting the new students, incoming students, transfer students, as well as new faculty, new staff that are coming to the university. And that is done in a number of ways during the orientation, during the onboarding, depending if it's faculty or staff. There are supervisor checklists that each supervisor goes through with their employees after they've been hired. There are also systems for our new students that force students to go through every single step to make sure that they have completed all the necessary steps in becoming the student at the University of Northern Iowa, and the First Amendment training has been embedded in all of those. With the new faculty, we work with the Center for Excellence in Teaching and Learning to meet with all of the faculty who are a part of the new faculty colloquium. The faculty meet every week for 3 hours, and they discuss topics that will impact their role as faculty during their time on campus. At least once or twice during the new faculty colloquium, we meet with the faculty and have conversations about the legal side, what the law says, what the First Amendment is all about, as well as specific classroom scenarios. Because of course most of the faculty are aware of the First Amendment and what the provisions are in the First Amendment, but most of the questions arise about specific classroom situations. What do I do if an X occurs? What do I do? How do I respond if a Y occurs? And so we spend 3 to 6 hours with the new faculty having those conversations. Within the last year, we have heard from many supervisors who would like to know who in their organization completed the training. So we have created, as a response to that, a dashboard where each supervisor can access their team, their organization, and can see who on their team has or has not completed the training. We have updated our training course, moved it from one system to the other, and of course with the Workday, we're exploring now an option of adding the training in Workday for specifically faculty and staff, not for students. At the same time, we have identified areas to improve, what we can work on. Within the actual course structure, there are a few steps that sometimes people have to repeat. So we have learned about those this summer, and we're working on resolving those. The other area that I know I've had a conversation with our colleagues as to how they do it is notifying people that need to complete the course. How frequent you do it? Do you do it twice a year? How often is too much, too often? And what is appropriate? So we are working on that as well. Thank you. I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Are there any questions? Regent Ryswick?
Yeah, thank you for the report. The percentages or the numbers of those completed, is that a full year's worth, or is that like mid-year? When you say 60% or 80%, is that, what's the time frame of that? Is there still time to go to complete, I guess?
So the data that I reported, we've been asked, we report for the previous fiscal year.
Okay.
And so it was looking at employees or students for the last fiscal year.
Okay.
Does that, yeah.
Yeah, is that the same for everybody? Okay. What are the goals for that? What would you like to see it? If it's at 85%, I mean, 100 would be nice, right? So, but when you hear 65, that just seems really low. Is it the same like, we take free speech training too, is it the same? Yeah, I think I did this last week in, it was 10 minutes. I guess I'm curious, how do we get 100%?
Yeah, I think that's right. 100% is the goal. Yeah, there's probably a feeling out there among, especially students, that if they've taken the training once, then they don't need to do it again, despite our constant pleas to the contrary. And we do see, if we break down our results by year for students, 28% of the people who completed, of our students who completed the training were freshmen, and about the same amount were juniors, and then less in the other 2 years. I can imagine that seniors, they're on the way out. Like, nope, I'm not going to do anything extra than I have to. But I think there's still opportunity there to impress upon them the need to complete it every year.
Yeah, sure. My own personal experience just taking it, it's a little educational. I thought I knew what free speech was, but what qualifies as protected, what doesn't. I was fascinated by it, and it doesn't take very long. To me, it seems like we're doing a little bit of a disservice if we're not any higher than these numbers we are. Just my own personal opinion is I think there should be some real effort to getting those numbers higher.
Any other questions? Regent Barker?
Well, I agree. I think it's great training, and there are a lot of misconceptions about the First Amendment. I'm just curious, have you gotten reactions from people who take it? Any negative reactions or disagreements or anything like that? Are people pretty positive about it?
I don't think we've gotten any negative reaction. People take it. It's on a list of trainings that people take, so we would like them to move it to the top of their list, of course. But even in a year like this year, which is an election year, talking about chalking, for example, as people are going to see more chalking as we lead up to November, it is super helpful for them to understand what is allowed and what is not allowed in that, as part of that process.
I would add to that with some of the faculty and staff specifically, one interesting observation is people who have gone through the training, who have completed the training, feel proud for doing that. So one of the inquiries that we had to address was, I completed the training, can I get a certificate that I have completed the training, because I want to proudly display it. And so that was interesting, that those who have completed the training wanted that acknowledgement.
Are there any other questions? No, I just want to echo, certainly there's room for improvement, and so hopefully in the next year, and it's not a static thing, especially when there isn't necessarily a cutoff date for a lot of, the earlier we can get students to take it, the better, but certainly want to encourage you to continue to work towards that 100%, like JC said, in the coming year, and the more systems in place, like the orientation, that certainly helps, those reminders, and perhaps that you and I with Workday becoming a part of it, that will make it easier. So we'll look forward to an updated report and continuing the conversation. Thank you. Next, we will hear how Iowa State University supports its students and student organizations through professional advising. We're joined by Dr. Toya Younger, VP for Student Affairs at Iowa State University, and Chad Garland, the Director of the Memorial Union, also at Iowa State University. Welcome, and I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you so much. I was looking to Spencer. I know my limitations, and technology is one of them.
The last one.
Wonderful. Well, good afternoon, and thank you for the opportunity to share information about our clubs and organizations here at Iowa State University. Joining me today is Chad Garland, Director of the Iowa State University Memorial Union. Chad came here to Iowa State after serving as the Senior Director of the University Center at the University of Colorado, Colorado Springs. We are both thrilled to share with you information about our amazing student engagement opportunities here at Iowa State. I know you all had an opportunity to connect with some of our clubs and organizations last night, from the Gospel Jubilee Choir to the Rocketry Club, and I am so glad that the Rockets were inactive. But I think you got just a small taste of the passion and the creativity and the engagement of our students in our clubs and organizations. So we're so excited to be here with you today and share a little bit more. I'll turn it over to Chad.
Thanks, Dr. Younger. As she mentioned, I have just gotten here about 5 months ago, and one of the things I'm most grateful for is the opportunity to lead the wonderful team of the Memorial Union and the student engagement team that works directly with student organizations. I'm also pretty happy to return to the Midwest. That is where I'm originally from, so it's kind of nice to be back in the area. The best aspect of my job is working with our students, and I can't stress that enough. That's always been a point in my career and why I do what I do. Last year, Iowa State University had 780 student organizations, and 54 new organizations were started throughout the academic year. You might have interacted with some of these organizations, as Dr. Younger mentioned, last night at the dinner hosted by Student Government. Everyone from the Iowa State Rocket Shop, Egg Business Club, and the Society of Automotive Engineers, who regularly receive recognition both on local and national levels for their work. You can tell our organizations are really important to what we do and important to our students, and a long-standing tradition at Iowa State. In fact, just last week we hosted our annual Club Fest event, which is the opportunity for student organizations to promote membership to new students and current students. We had over 350 clubs attend that event, and we had nearly 10,000 students who attended that event as well. So as you can tell, there's a lot of passion among students about their involvement in activities within our student organizations on campus. While these numbers on the screen were pulled from last year's numbers, we're still on track to have over 10,000 Cyclones as members of student organizations this year, with over 3,500 of those serving in leadership roles for FY25. We know that these student leaders are getting important skills and takeaways from their experiences. Through our assessment, we see 86% of student organization leaders surveyed shared that they enjoyed their experience and were feeling it was an important aspect of their overall collegiate experience. Our teams, or our student engagement team in particular, manages the recognition process for our student organizations on campus, and we only have a few basic requirements that students have to meet to create their own new student organizations, and that is there needs to be at least 5 members that are part of the group. 2 of those have to be identified as a president and treasurer, which are important roles in the work that they do. And they have to identify a faculty or P&S staff member as an advisor. If they are having difficulties doing that, we can also assist them in helping identify some staff to assist. And then the final thing is they'll work with the Student Engagement Office on developing their own constitution and bylaw documents to make sure that they meet all the required policies of the university in that nature. In addition to the recognition policy that we do, our student engagement team sort of categorize, well, not sort of, they do categorize student organizations sort of into 3 tiers to help identify the amount of support and time that needs to be dedicated to the work that they do. And those three tiers are sponsored organizations, affiliated organizations, and recognized organizations. Sponsored organizations are our smallest group of clubs or student organizations, with roughly 16 organizations currently comprising that tier. These are the student organizations where their mission is significant to the mission and culture of here at the university, and they work in close partnership with a department or office here at the university. Essentially, they're designed to serve more than just their membership. They serve the entire community. And some examples are the After Dark program, which provides substance-free late-night programming to all students, Student Alumni Leadership Council, which partners with the Alumni Association to recruit members, and student government. The affiliated organizations are connected to a class, a department, or a unit, and also serve the general student body rather than just its members. These affiliated organizations have a university department or unit that provides some sort of oversight to them. And some examples of these groups include IRHA, which is the Inter-Residence Hall Association, the Cardinal Space Mining Club, which I believe was at the dinner last night that most attended, and SHOP, our student organization that helps to manage our on-campus food pantry. So we roughly have 320 affiliated groups that are part of this category. And then finally, we have recognized organizations, which really encompass all other student clubs. It's by far the largest category with 420 registered student organizations. These organizations primarily engage in student activities that benefit primarily just their membership and are capable of functioning with minimal support from the university leadership. And again, another great example of this category was the gospel choir that performed before the dinner last night. We have a blood drive student organization or the cornhole club. So quite a variety. It's a great depth of various categories and interests that make up that tier. So as you can see, the tiers provide structure for groups in Iowa State to understand the level of support needed and how they are contributing to the mission and vision of Iowa State. Of course, even with 780 organizations, we're always open to students starting even more. There are infinite interests, and we encourage students who are passionate about something to find the people with similar likes. Go out and get together and find a thing of common interest and build a group around that. Having this ability really helps build community as well. And we know that as we build community in these student groups, they're providing a way of making the community here feel small and intimate versus large and maybe difficult to maneuver. We often tell students they should join multiple clubs, maybe one that connects with their major interests and one that maybe is more of a leisure or fun activity that they enjoy. The fact that students are looking for connection and seeking out opportunities is very encouraging to us. And in fact, we have people coming forward all the time. Just last week, Dr. Younger's office had students arrive asking about how to start an Odyssey of the Mind student club. So every day it's something different with student clubs. They're passionate about it, the students are passionate about it, and we're very excited to help them find these interests and ways to spend time together and engage. So this slide shares the process that students go through to start a new student organization. As long as students follow through and meet our expectations, they can start an organization. All established student clubs need to complete the approval process, all established organizations need to complete this approval process every 6 months. But it's really basic. They input it into our profile system where they have an opportunity to tell us what their organization's all about. And then they meet with a staff member in the student engagement team to talk about that. And then they'll meet with the greater student organization recognition board made up of students and staff who support student organizations as well. And then finally, officers need to be compliant with training and other approval processes in that regard. So at this point, I'll turn it back over to Dr. Younger to finish things out.
Yeah, as Chad shared, it's exciting to have over 700 clubs and organizations. Every day I'm learning of a new organization. I think my personal favorite is the non-social social club. I don't know what they do, but for all those introverts out there who want to build community together, I don't know if they just sit in the room and look at each other. I don't know what they do, but it's actually a very popular club. So there is something for everyone here at Iowa State University, that is for sure. While our students do take the lead in club programming and ideas, we don't like to put all the responsibility on our students, and we know that there's high turnover with our students. They might one semester really be all in, and then the next semester do study abroad or do student teaching or an internship, et cetera, and focus on their academics, whatever the case may be. And we recognize that they're balancing multiple responsibilities, and that's why the advisors to our student organizations and clubs really play a vital and important role in guiding and leading our students, not only through programming and planning, but also serve a key role in supporting our students through their personal development in areas such as leadership and organizational skills. That's why we require all student organizations to recruit at least one advisor who is either a faculty or a P&S staff member. These faculty and staff, faculty and staff who are experts in particular areas can serve as volunteer advisors for our affiliated organizations. Our sponsored organizations do have faculty and staff as their advisors who have that responsibility as part of their job description. So for example, Chad is the advisor for student government, and that is written within his job description. All student organization advisors understand university policies. They review student organization events, encourage completion of required trainings, and intervene when needed. They are aware of the financial status of all of the organizations through our campus org accounting office, and they assist with travel planning and policies as well. Again, our advisors are recruited by the organizations, but as Chad mentioned, student engagement does offer training and advisor resources to them so that both faculty and staff have a basic understanding of what is required of them to be in this volunteer role. Iowa State University student organizations are fully self-funded. Most of the groups receive funds from either membership dues, which they establish themselves, or from fundraising opportunities. Some of our organizations may request funding from student government, and as you can see above, ironically, a lot of students don't actually come forward, not through the formal process that is established through student government. I'll blame that on teaching students how to plan in advance. That's what we'll call it. So many times, the students at the beginning of the year will submit budgets to student government. And sometimes at the beginning of the year, because there's turnover in those student orgs, they don't really know what the budget should be. And so a lot of times, many of the funding requests come throughout the year, and those requests go through the Finance Committee of Student Government. In FY28, as we mentioned, only 8% of the student organizations formally requested funds from student government at the beginning of the year. Approved fund requests range from $15 from the mountain bike club. I'm assuming that's water or something. I don't mountain bike, so I'm not quite sure what they requested, and then ranged up to $261,000, which was given to the Student Union Board, and they oversee all of the entertainment acts on campus, like Cyclone Cinema, performers at the M Shop, and so forth. And so we have guidance in place for student orgs who are looking to fundraise through our campus org accounting office. This office assists organizations with money handling related to collecting dues, vendor payments for events, ordering products through the university processes, and much more. Our campus organizations accounting office also completes an audit at the end of each fiscal year and requires all allocated funds that were not spent to be returned back to student government. And so as you can see, we have a vibrant set of student organizations here at Iowa State University with more than 1/3 of the student population participating in at least one or more clubs. We know that being in a club makes a difference in their campus experience. And while students may think they're just coming to hang out with friends, there's really some intentionality with these groups. For example, many communities are built through our housing system here at Iowa State University, which are all considered individual affiliated clubs. Last year, the Department of Residence completed a survey of students in those clubs, and the results indicated that the club platform really helped students feel more connected to campus. It helped them make new friends, and the house leadership often referred them to many of the on-campus resources that they were unaware of. These student organizations are full of students who are learning real-world skills such as negotiation, leadership, interpersonal skills, budgeting, event planning, and so much more. I'll close with a quote from one of our student leaders who wrote, "Student involvement has led me to meet some of the greatest friends here, and it's allowed me to realize many passions of mine that I didn't realize I had. I love having the opportunity to be more engaged in my community and be a part of something that is bigger than myself. Getting involved and becoming a leader in any way helps you to develop many valuable skills and most importantly allows you to meet people that you probably would not have met outside of our club and organization." And so that's why we support over 700 clubs, because we realize that it's an integral part to the student experience. It's the way students meet, connect, and build community. And as Chad mentioned, we love using that quote, that we want students to find people who like the same things that they like, and it's a way to build connection. So at this time, we'll open the floor for questions.
Are there any questions? Regent Dunkel?
I just want to say kudos to all those organizations, and because I know from my own experience that when you're in those small groups, it's a great opportunity to experience leadership skills, and in a safe environment you can do that, and then later you just develop those skills more and more. So thank you for taking the time to do that and making that important of an experience for all college students.
Are there other questions? Regent Bates?
Yes, I would like to say what a good time we had last night at the experience, but I think what I saw is exactly what you were talking about. Students so engaged with their projects, with their clubs, but with each other. Mm-hmm. They lifted each other up and was telling me about what this person was doing and what that person was doing. I did ask a couple of them, how do you get your schoolwork done? You know, this is from a grandma mom. And the one young man was interesting. He said, I find that the more engaged and busy I am, the better I do in my classes. So I wanted to pass that on. Good
That's
job.
good to know.
Regent Barker?
Yeah, thanks again for the event last night. That was really fun. I was just curious, if a group has a faculty or staff advisor and they have the 5 members and all that, does the recognition board ever turn them down for recognition, or is that pretty automatic?
It's automatic in the sense of as long as they meet those requirements and follow the steps, there's no concerns.
Any other comments or questions? Great, well, thank you so much. I'm also a huge fan of student organizations. Learning the soft skills is such a huge component of being a student as well as the academic side, but the combination of those two really is what launches students to be successful, so thank you. And I know that's probably a similar story at the other 2 universities as well, so thank you very much. Is there any other business to come before our committee today? Hearing none, our meeting is adjourned.
are sitting at the table. The meeting of the Iowa Board of Regents for September 18th, 2024 will come to order. I will begin by calling roll. Regent Dunkel.
Here.
Regent Barker.
Here.
Regent Rouse.
Here.
Regent Lindemeyer.
Here.
Regent Kramer.
Here.
Regent Reiswick.
Here.
Regent Bates is present. We have a quorum and the meeting can proceed. At this time, I'll turn the meeting over to Regent Dunkel, who will run the Audit and Compliance Committee meeting.
Thank you, President Bates. I'd like to call the Audit and Compliance Committee meeting together, and I'll start with the minutes of June 12th, 2024 that you've all had an opportunity to review. Are there any changes, corrections? Hearing none, we'll approve the minutes by general consent. Next, I'd like to welcome and introduce Deputy Auditor of State Brian Brookstrom, Kern, so get it out here one way or another, to present the FY 2024 State Audit Plan. And he's here also with Financial Audit Division Director, Pam Borman. Thank you both for coming.
Good afternoon. It's a pleasure to join you today. As Nancy said, my name's Brian. I've been with the office for 31 years. I graduated from UNI way back in 1993. And Pam is also a UNI grad. I had an earlier meeting with Committee Chair Nancy and a few other board staff to cover some of these items in a little more detail. But today I will outline our anticipated audit scope, approaches, and deliverables, our anticipated timelines and staffing, and our anticipated hours and fees. After that, I'll discuss some reports that have been issued since the last time we met in June. For our anticipated audit scopes, approaches, and deliverables, for the universities, we will be performing full scope audits. We will incorporate the University of Iowa hospitals and clinics and university foundations, which are audited separately by outside firms. We will use a risk-based approach, standards-driven evaluation of risks and financial reporting. We'll work to coordinate with the internal audit to avoid duplication of effort where we can. We will review internal controls for significant accounting transaction cycles, including those for federal financial assistance. We will perform tests of controls over transaction cycles related to federal financial assistance as required by the uniform guidance. We will perform single audits on each university. We will issue a separate financial statement for each university, and we anticipate we will issue those in late December or early January. Much of this timing depends on completion of the work by the universities, but we do not anticipate any delays. We anticipate they'll all be issued on the normal time frame this year. We anticipate unmodified opinions on each of the universities. We will also issue internal control letters 60 days after the issuance of the financial statements, and reports of recommendations, as well as recommendations from any information technology reviews if we have any recommendations there. We will issue a single audit report and an opinion on compliance for each university. We anticipate the university staff will have everything to us, and we will issue those reports by the federal single audit required date of March 31st. We anticipate no non-compliance based on our history of performing these engagements. We will perform a limited scope audit on the Board of Regents office to support the statewide ACFR. We will review internal controls as well as review compliance and perform single audit compliance procedures if applicable. A report of recommendations on internal control and compliance matters will be issued. This slide shows the audit areas for the universities. About 19 to 25% of our audit effort relates to the required single audit compliance procedures. The IT percentage proportion at UNI is higher than at UI and ISU because an IT review takes about the same number of hours at each university, but UNI has a fewer total hours as compared to the other two. This slide shows a timeline of our audit work. This timeline is similar to previous years. Audit managers for the University of Iowa and ISU will remain the same as last year. That's Gwen Fangman and Janet Mortweet. However, the audit manager for the UNI engagement will be Karen Bruskern. The in-charge auditors will remain the same for all 3 universities as they were last year. This slide shows the anticipated audit hours, fees, and expenses for the financial and compliance audits of the Regent institutions. Our fiscal '23 average rate, including expenses, was just over $106 per hour. We anticipate our rates will increase 3 to 5%. We'll continue to leverage the work completed by each university's staff to help us with completing our work as efficiently as possible. And at this point, I want to open it up to see if there are any questions at this point.
Does anyone have any questions regarding his presentation thus far? Okay, go ahead, Brian.
I will move on. Let's see. I will move on to discuss the reports we've issued since we last met in June. The Board of Regents staff has prepared a good summary of the reports for your information in your packet. The FY22 and FY23 Board of Regents reports of recommendations were issued in June. Neither of these reports included any findings we believed were necessary to report for the years ended. We issued reports of recommendations for each of the universities. Each of these reports included comparative cost per student information for fiscal year '23, as well as the 4 previous years. The reports of recommendations for the University of Iowa and the University of Northern Iowa did not disclose any findings we believed were necessary to report for the year ended June 30, 2023. The report for ISU repeated the finding from the internal control letter issued in March. The finding included a recommendation to ensure the university is able to ensure bond segment information is accurately reported. The university responded that a comprehensive review of the bond segment process is currently underway and will be the basis for future statements and disclosures. The FY23 Iowa School for the Deaf report of recommendations was issued in June and did not disclose any findings we believed were necessary to report for that year. The FY23 Iowa Braille and Sight Saving Schools report of recommendations was issued September 5th. This report included 1 finding related to exceeding the appropriation language FTE limit for '23. And I just want to point out that this is the last year the School for the Deaf and the Braille Sight and Sight Saving School will be reported to the Board of Regents, as they have both been moved under the Department of Education. That concludes my formal remarks. I do want to express our appreciation from myself and Auditor Rob Sand, as well as our entire office, for the cooperation and assistance from each of the universities, the Regents office, as well as Chad and his internal audit teams. The professionalism and expertise and dedication of all of them is a pleasure to work with. And with that, I'd be happy to address any other questions you may have.
Does anyone have any questions? Brian, how about, I know we talked about this last year and maybe the year before too, but how's staffing? If you read the article in today's paper about auditors are and shall be harder to find, what's it looking like from your end?
For the last year, we've had a little less turnover than we'd experienced in the past, so that has helped our office. We've been able to hire 4 people not that long ago, and we have 1 person starting next week. So our staffing levels are pretty much back to where they were pre-pandemic, although it is still a struggle to find qualified staff or applicants to interview. There's just not as many people going into the accounting profession as there was, and the profession is taking steps to address that. I saw an article recently that the AICPA is looking into a different path for getting CPA status that doesn't just require the 150 hours, that there's a new path potentially that will be available to people that I hope will open the door to more people seeking the profession.
That's a good idea. All right, if there are no other questions, I want to thank you for coming today and look forward to getting your reports in the future here.
Thank you again. Have a good day, everyone.
Next, I'll recognize Chief Audit Executive Chad Sharp to present the FY 2024 audit progress and the FY 2025 internal audit plans.
Thank you, Regent Dunkel. Good afternoon, everybody. I'm jealous of Brian and his low turnover that he mentioned. We had staffing challenges this past fiscal year that did impact our ability to make as much progress as we would have liked on our audit plan. We had multiple open positions throughout the year, and we ended fiscal '24 with about 70% of our audit plan across all three institutions either in progress or complete. Now, the goal is to have that percentage be higher. I would say closer to 90% or even ideally higher than that. In addition to the openings that we had, we've hired several new auditors over the past year, and so there was also time spent training them this past year. Now, with that said, the new staff members we did hire have done a great job coming in and learning our processes and getting up to speed as best they can. That's a tribute to them. It's also a tribute to our existing longer tenure staff that and our management team because they are the ones that are training these new staff. So I want to thank everybody for their hard work and their effort, as well as the work that they will continue to do going forward with fiscal '25, and so I'll talk about that here shortly. Again, the biggest challenge was staffing in the open positions that we had. We do continue to have openings. We are advertising for those currently, and one thing we did a little differently was we advertised as a staff auditor as we have in the past, but we also advertised it for a senior auditor at that level to attempt to bring in a larger applicant pool. And since I submitted the docket materials, we have had an applicant that has accepted a position and starts this coming Monday. And he comes to us with 7 years of internal audit experience, so that's going to be a great addition to our team. So we continue to interview for the open positions. In fact, we some last week and some just yesterday we had some interviews, and so if things continue to progress as they are, I would expect to have more good news for you in November with one or a few more staff on board. So looking at the fiscal '25 plan, as you know, our approach, similar to the state auditor, is a risk-based methodology. We don't have a set rotation of audits that we're going to go through every number of years. So our risk assessment process involves conducting interviews with senior leaders across the three institutions. This past year, we interviewed over 100 across all three institutions, senior leaders, to get their input into our audit plan. Our staff analyze data, ad hoc data analysis, run different institutional reports as a way to vet potential projects that we're considering. Additionally, every quarter, each of our staff members meet with at least 2 leaders on campus to stay plugged in across campus, and it's also a way to market internal audit and have that auditor in front of somebody when they're not performing an audit. It's not a typical auditor and auditee conversation. It's trying to build relationships and that kind of thing. So, and all the projects that we identify through those processes, we risk rank with 1 being a low risk, 5 being a high risk, and the high over 8 criteria, and the projects that score the highest risk, in this case it'd be 40, make the audit plan based on the audit resource hours that we have available. We also leave unallocated hours for things that come up during the year, whether that be a request from management, some sort of potential fraud investigation, those kinds of things. And one thing to note for this year, fiscal year '25, you have the plan in your docket materials, but one thing that's not included is the Institute for Internal Auditors recently released new standards. They go into effect in January. So what we've been doing recently is performing a gap analysis where each staff member has been assigned a number of standards, and they lead a discussion with our staff and explain what the standard is, and they also explain what our office does to comply with that standard. And then they have thoughts on where we can improve to either we're generally conforms with that standard, and they just think there's ways we could just improve our process because we want the standards to be the floor, not the ceiling. Or maybe there's some standards that we're not as in high as conformance as we are of others, and so there's things that we do need to do. And so that'll be a discussion with staff, and we're keeping a list of those things. And the next step will be to prioritize those ideas and implement them over the coming near future. So we'll certainly keep you posted on the progress there. And this next year is going to be busy, but also a lot of opportunity. Making progress on the audit plan is the primary goal, but then we also want to be in as much conformance with the standards as we can. So are there any questions on the audit plans at this point? Okay. The reports in your materials, there's 5 audit reports in your materials today, and I'll briefly highlight a couple of those. The first one I'll start with is from the University of Iowa. It's the home hemophilia program in the hospital. Now, this is a program, it's a partnership between the Department of Pediatrics and the Department of Pharmacy, and it started in 2017. Pediatrics provides the administrative support. Pharmacy funds the program through revenue from the sale of a drug that's used to treat these patients. There's 3 community nurses that travel the state and treat these patients in their home with their treatment program. And they also provide education. One of the goals is to get these patients to be as independent as possible with their treatment plan. So they're also providing education on these visits. What we found when we went in there was a control environment that wasn't as mature as we would have expected, so we did make a number of recommendations. We recommended that management establish a clear governance and oversight structure, define the expectations and responsibilities of all those involved, and update the MOU that they have between pediatrics and pharmacy to ensure that everybody's on the same page, the MOU is up to date, and then continue to monitor that as time goes forward and make sure it's still working as intended. We recommended that they document policies and procedures related to the critical functions of the program, to establish appropriate travel expectations for the nurse. They travel across the state again, setting primary work locations, geographical boundaries, so their travel is as efficient as possible. And then that they include the Department of Pharmacy in the travel reimbursement approval process. They are funding the program, but they've historically not been involved in that approval process. They recommended that they regularly reconcile the nurses' travel logs to the EPIC patient encounters, just to ensure those visits are occurring and that they're being documented properly. That they set expectations for chart documentation timeliness after that patient visit. So right now, there's not a set expectation for how soon the nurses should be documenting their information. So we've recommended they set that expectation, monitor it, and ensure that it's happening within those timeframes. And lastly, that they define an appropriate EPIC encounter visit type so that they can track these home visits better. Currently, there's no expected encounter type, and so that what we saw was inconsistent use of these encounter types, so it's difficult to provide oversight and understand the patient volume and the number of visits that they're having. So once they establish that, then monitor it and start to build these reports and manage the patient activity that way. At Iowa State, we performed an audit of the IT inventory processes where we reviewed processes for tracking IT devices or hardware, software, and websites. And currently, this is decentralized across campus. So we made recommendations that management develop a policy to define which IT devices should be tracked in an inventory, and have endpoint management and security software installed, so anti-malware and antivirus. Require IT to be involved in the purchase approval process, so they're involved in the process before devices come in. And that they implement a procedure to identify inactive devices and then set a time frame for what qualifies as inactive and implement a process to prevent those devices from connecting to the network. So an inactive device is essentially a computer that hasn't connected to the network for a period of time and therefore is not receiving security updates. And so preventing those from connecting to the network will reduce the risk of computers that are not patched being on the network, and implement a process to ensure that devices are consistently disposed of through the ISU surplus. We also recommended they maintain a listing of approved software so that, and make that available to campus so that IT administrators have visibility into what is already in place on campus. And when they're looking to purchase an additional piece of software, they can tell if there's already something that might fit their needs in use before they go out and make a purchase. And creating a website management policy that provides guidance on website development, minimum security standards, and inventory tracking expectations. And then that they use that listing to perform regular scans of those websites and then work with the IT administrators to resolve any identified vulnerabilities that they identify through those scans. And I want to have a quick update on 2 of the follow-ups that are in your materials. They're in the red category, and they've been in the red category for a couple meetings, I believe. And I just wanted to let you know the status of those. So they're both at the University of Northern Iowa, and the first one is the Clery Act. And earlier this month, there was progress made on that. There's one item open, and there was progress made on that item, and all indications are that we should be able to close it for the November meeting, but our auditor is in the process of verifying that right now. So all that works out, that'll be closed for November. The UNI Athletics Administration follow-up, that one has one item open as well, and as we know, they just hired a new athletic director and a new CFO. And we've been in communication with them, and they're actively working on their budgeting process to have a plan to achieve budget sustainability. What's been relayed to us is a conservative timeline that this could be expected to be completed by the fiscal year 26 budget submission timeline, which conservatively is June. I think everybody involved wants it to be done sooner, but conservatively June is the time frame, and we're going to stay in touch with them and clearly bring the update to you as soon as we have one on that. So. And then on the North Liberty Hospital construction audit that is happening at the University of Iowa, Baker Tilly continues to monitor those payment applications. There's been no material issues to date. I've had discussions with facility management's accounting staff, the senior construction project manager that's involved with this project. Everything that they're telling me is good news as well. They fully anticipate that it will be finished under budget. They don't have an exact number, but because the project is still going, but what they've said is that all indications are good and that's where things are headed. So, yeah. Are there any questions on the audit reports at this point?
Everything's on schedule also for?
That is what I understand, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I asked that and they said, we hesitate to say it's ahead of schedule, but on schedule. Okay.
Well, that's a great high note to end on, Chad. Thank you. Are there any other questions about any of the audits that are in our packet that anyone had? All right. Thank you. You want to continue on then with
Yes.
the next item?
The internal audit charter. So the Institute for Internal Auditors that I mentioned earlier, some of the standards that they have require internal audit to have a charter and require that charter to contain certain things. Some of those are the authority and the responsibility of the internal audit department. They also require that charter be presented to the board on a periodic basis for approval or when changes are made. Historically, we've presented it at the September meeting to comply with that standard. Speaking to our authority, it says that we have unrestricted access to all functions, records, property, personnel. So in short, the charter that you approve gives us the authority and the ability to do the job that we do. So that's why we're here today with this item. There have been no changes since this was presented in last September. So it's again here for your approval today.
Good, thank you. Is there any other business to come before the committee? Hearing none, I'd like to make a motion that the Audit and Compliance Committee recommend that the board receive the following items: the FY 2024 State Audit Plan, the State Audit Reports, the Internal Audit Reports issued, and that the board receive and approve the following items: FY 2024 audit progress and FY 2025 internal audit plan and the internal audit charter renewal. Do I have a second?
I would second. Robert.
Thank you, Regent Kramer, for that second. The Audit and Compliance Committee is now adjourned. Thanks, Chad.
Thank you, Regent Dunkel. At this time, we'll commence with the University of Iowa Healthcare Committee, and I ask that the members come forth. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Our first item is approval of the minutes from the June 11th, 2024 meeting. Are there any questions or corrections? If not, the minutes are approved by general consent. And now I'm pleased to welcome Dr. Denise Jamison, Vice President for Medical Affairs and Tyrone Dean Arts Dean, Carver College of Medicine. I'll turn the floor over to you.
Thanks so much. We're glad to be here, and we're glad that we made it just in time. So
we would have waited for you.
So I'm joined today by Brad Hawes, our CEO, and Mark Henricks, our CFO. So we wanted to start off, hopefully many of you are familiar with our Kid Captain program. This is really a heartwarming collaboration between our Stead Family Children's Hospital and the Iowa Hawkeyes. And it really celebrates the resiliency and bravery of our pediatric patients. This year, we received 245 nominations, and just wanted to highlight Maya, who was our kid captain for last week's football game. She's on the blonde on the left, towards the left of the screen. She had a brainstem tumor that was diagnosed at age 18 months and has had relapses at age 5 years and 12 years of age. She's now 18, and she wants to be a nurse, and she is a really terrific example of the bravery of our pediatric patients. Also wanted to highlight that we were once again, University of Iowa Healthcare Medical Center was ranked #1 hospital in Iowa by U.S. News & World Report in their July issue, and wanted to highlight a few more of the U.S. News & World Report rankings. So our physical therapy and physician assistant programs, which we are also very proud of, are both ranked #2, again, several years in a row. We also have 8 specialties recognized with top honors. So ophthalmology is #6, ear, nose, and throat is #14, and we have 6 additional specialties in the top 10%. Of course, rankings are just one measure of excellence, but we're proud that we're getting this nationwide recognition. I wanted to focus on one of those top-ranked programs, our Department of Ophthalmology and Visual Sciences. This department is really at the forefront of our 3 academic missions: conducting groundbreaking research, delivering top-notch patient care, and educating and training the next generation of providers. So I want to just start with a story that helps illustrate the type of care that we are delivering in the Department of Ophthalmology. So this is a story about Larry Molyneux, who is from Whatcheer, Iowa. He was changing the tracks on a bulldozer, and a piece of steel pierced his right eye. Our University of Iowa healthcare team removed the steel, Luckily, it missed the optic nerve, so preserved his sight. But the iris, which is the colored part of the eye that regulates light exposure, was damaged. This left him very light sensitive, and he really struggled with pain from light. Even covering that eye still resulted in a tremendous amount of pain. He lost his peripheral vision and really affected his quality of life. In 2022, he received an iris implant. It was the first patient he was the first patient in Iowa to have his iris repaired with a silicone prosthetic, and you can see the before and after pictures. And this really restored a much better quality of life. He can read and write and play with his grandchildren. It restored his peripheral vision. And I think this is really a remarkable example of the type of innovative care that we can deliver in the department. So I want to talk briefly about our 3 academic missions: research, education, and clinical care. I'll start with research. And I first wanted to point out our Institute for Vision Research, which was established within the Department of Ophthalmology, and it involves 28 faculty and 70 staff from 7 departments and 4 different colleges within the University of Iowa. And they're really doing innovative, groundbreaking basic science and translational work. They are developing gene and stem cell-based therapies for over 100 genetic forms of inherited retinal degeneration. And their mission is really to eradicate blindness. So I just wanted to point out that that group is doing some really remarkable work. I also wanted to point out that we have clinicians who are innovators and researchers, and this is one of many examples. Dr. Sint is in the ophthalmology department, and many of her patients have keratoconus, which causes the cornea, which is the clear dome-shaped covering of the front of the eye, to develop bumps. And those bumps make it very difficult to fit contact lenses. And those bumps distort the vision. And so she worked on a project to develop methods to scan the eye, the surface of the eye, and create 3-dimensional molds. And these were she learned about how to do this from dental colleagues that developed dental molds. And from this, she's able to craft custom lenses that are appropriate for her patients with this condition. And I think it nicely highlights the dedication, innovation, and collaboration that leads to clinical advancement. Now I want to spend just a couple of minutes talking about the outstanding clinical care that's delivered through our ophthalmology department. We do everything, or our ophthalmology colleagues do everything from general eye care, eye exams, glasses, to more complex care, including complex surgery. And one example of that is the corneal transplant program. So the cornea is largely responsible for the eye's clear vision. And in 2023, we performed 278 corneal transplants at University of Iowa Healthcare. And this was made possible because of a program, Iowa Lions Eye Bank, which is an affiliate of University of Iowa Healthcare. And it is the only place in the state that prepares corneas for transplantation. And last year, 1,015 Iowa donors provided tissue to recipients across Iowa and 20 other states. And to give you a sense of who these participants are, these are photos that were taken at a celebration outside of our hospital. And on the left, you see the Pierce family and their family member, Brian Charles Pierce, who was a football coach and police officer, donated his organs, including his cornea, to this program, and 2 people benefited from his generous donation. On the right is someone who did benefit from a donation, Alma Drake. Alma received 2 corneas, and Alma describes her sight as being very murky to being very vivid after the transplantation. And she's now able to do many of the things she was unable to do previously. The third piece that I wanted to highlight was our education training. We have an obligation to educate and train the next generation of healthcare professionals, and this is something that we are proud of in all of our departments. So to give you a sense of the breadth of our program, we have 6 ophthalmology residents per class. It's a 3-year training program. We also train a number of fellows, which is after residency, subspecialty training. And 45% of our ophthalmologists in Iowa received their education at UI Healthcare. Now, as the population of Iowa ages, and there are more and more over 65, we think the need for care is going to increase. And at the same time, many of the ophthalmologists are reaching retirement age. So we do need to keep an eye on the ball and make sure that we are training appropriate numbers of ophthalmologists, and importantly, that we're retaining them and recruiting them. Another piece of our educational program is simulation across many departments. We have a state-of-the-art ophthalmology simulation lab in our hospital. It trains our own. It helps train young ophthalmologists about how to do surgical procedures without using live patients. So very valuable program. It also trains others from across the state. Another piece of our educational program is the Iowa Eye Rounds. So grand rounds in the department started in 1925, and this is sort of the digital version of grand rounds called Eye Rounds. Over 1.5 million users use this digital program. As you can see, the photos are quite remarkable. They show conditions of the eye that are rare and that many from across Iowa, across the country, and across the globe use to help with education. So really remarkable program. So I think you can see how the ophthalmology department is really at the forefront of education, clinical care, and research, and just wanted to spend a little bit of time giving you a sense of what the department does. So with that, I will turn it over to Brad Hawes to talk about our downtown campus.
Thank you, Dr. Jameson. Thrilled to be here and very proud of the topic that I get to present today. We only have a few slides, but I think the story behind them is actually pretty remarkable. So it's been 6 months essentially since we transitioned, or now I guess a little bit more since we transitioned Mercy, Iowa City into what we call the UI Healthcare Medical Center downtown campus. As we approached that episode, I think in a lot of ways we didn't know what we didn't know. And I'll give a lot of credit to this board and Dr. Jameson and President Wilson in the foresight allowing us to move this forward. Often these things take years in planning and financial due diligence and other things to put into place. We did not have nearly enough time to do that. And so going into it, we felt like there were 3 main goals that we wanted to preserve. We wanted to preserve local access to high quality care. We wanted to preserve the jobs that were available there in eastern Iowa, and the jobs also being important to the medical staff. Our other campuses being closed medical staffs, we wanted to commit that physicians in the community would have a place to practice, and we would preserve an open medical staff in that situation. And so I think I'm very proud to say that we have met all 3 of these goals. I think we have preserved the tradition of Mercy and access to high-quality local health care. We've preserved many jobs. Over 1,000 employees transitioned into our employment, and dozens of physicians transitioned. And so we feel very good about the 3 high-level goals that we set when we went in. And I think you should all be proud of the fact that we've been able to meet our word and meet our commitments that we made at that time. As I said earlier, these often take a lot longer to do. And so next slide. We didn't have plans to and formidable things to do in our planning, but we have been able to accomplish a lot of different things here. And I won't go through all of these different things. There's a long list here, but we're proud of, I think, achievements beyond the primary 3 that I mentioned before. The purchase acquisition, we agreed to invest at least $25 million in infrastructure over 5 years. We're well on the way to doing that, and we'll talk a little bit more about that in some subsequent slides. We were able to appoint a chief administrative officer named Jennifer Miller, who is getting very positive reviews. Dr. Jameson was just recently telling me that meeting with many of the physicians in the hospital, that they have said it's been years since we've had an administrator that is out and visible and participating with us in the same way that Jennifer does. And so they're thrilled to have her, and we're thrilled that she's got that role. We've actually formed 2 advisory boards. One, it replaces their board of directors, and so we meet with them at least quarterly to get their input on the operations of the medical center and the things that they would like to see from a community perspective. We also have created an advisory board of non-employed physicians that are key to the provision of care in that hospital. And I meet with them periodically, at least every other month, to get their feedback. We've started new services there that have come over to the university. One example is our radiology department from the university now provides all of the radiology reads, with the exception of a few night and weekends. And it's been overwhelmingly positive that they now get the high-quality subspecialty reads by a radiology department. That transition was put in place in just a short number of weeks. We also are providing essentially all of the maternal health care at that hospital with the faculty from the university. A couple folks from the Mercy system joined our faculty, but now there's one faculty group across both facilities, and they've done a remarkable job balancing the provision of care. In some cases where we were beyond full and we needed to have mothers actually, and we gave them the option, but they would deliver at Mercy or the downtown campus when they had not been expecting to do that. And that has allowed our faculty to provide wonderful care beyond what our capacity would have been previously. We offered, as I said, employment to about 1,000 people that came and joined us. To facilitate that transition, we allowed them to keep their vacation leave up to the maximum allowed in our system. We also provided a transition payment, allowing them to better transition from a cash flow perspective, going from a biweekly pay period to a monthly pay period. And so facilitating that transition was really important. And the last thing that on this slide, Epic. And next slide, Dr. Jameson. So Epic sometimes in many systems is a 4-letter word. In our situation, we believe it's a positive 4-letter word. And so what you see here is the go live day was May 4th. We used a Star Wars theme, May the 4th be with you. So this was actually down in one of the conference rooms early on a Saturday morning. We had flipped the switch, so to speak, that night at about midnight. And so this was the first go live day. And it's been a really wonderful success. I was partly in charge of the Epic conversion at Emory, and I will tell you that we almost planned for 2 years to go live on Epic. Here we did it in 4 months, to the point that the owner of Epic contacted our chief IT officer, Lee Carmen, and said, "We really don't like the press of failed installations. Are you sure you know what you're doing this in 4 short months?" Because we run Epic for several community hospitals in the state, many of them critical access hospitals, we felt like we had the expertise to get it up and running, and we've been very successful in getting that done. You can see there 35,000 hours, 1,281 individuals trained in a lot of different sessions. We did some rough calculations, and we believe the investment to put Epic in the downtown campus equated to about a $10 million investment to bring them live on the system. And I think Dr. Jameson often tells the story when she announced that we wanted to do Epic. Sometimes we hear kind of groans and moans. At the downtown campus, we actually got applause because it was such an improvement over the system that they had been running previously. So we're very proud of that achievement. It will allow us to integrate care across the campuses. It allows patients that are seen on both sides to have a complete medical record, and will, I think, enable us to provide high-quality, comprehensive care to the community. Next slide. So one of the things that we have just completed, and you in your other facilities presentations from the university team will have heard about this, but we're asking for permission to plan several facility upgrades associated with the downtown campus. We believe that these projects that we need to do more formal planning for will enable us to go kind of to the next level in terms of providing high quality care. We've done a facilities assessment with external experts. That has indicated to us that we need upgrades in several areas, some basic, like the roof has many leaks. We've already done some upgraded radiology equipment. We've put in a mobile CT to replace eventually two will be replaced, very old CT machines that are there. And then there's a parking deck there that certainly needs repaired, if not needing full replacement as we go forward. We don't know at this point exactly how to handle all of these until we can do the planning. But without these investments and without this planning, we will not be able to move forward. And so while we committed at the purchase price of $25 million over 5 years, we'll far exceed that in our investments in the facility and into the community as we go forward. So what will we put there? We asked for a lot of input from the community, from the providers in the downtown campus, from the providers at the university campus. We had well over 50 submissions for ideas. These were the 8 that came to the top in terms of immediate impact, our ability to implement them quickly, and something that the community needed significantly. And so we're down the road, varying levels of completeness on each of these 8 projects. Some of the facilities components that we're planning for enable these projects. So I'll just highlight one here, the operating rooms that we would like to use. There are 14 operating rooms at this the hospital, really only using 4 or 4.5. But to use all 14, we need to improve the lighting, the monitors that are in the OR, and the capacity that they have for the state-of-the-art equipment that we would like to use there. So we have a lot of operating room constraints on our university campus, so this is a win-win. It allows us to create capacity where we are. It allows us to use capacity there and provide care in those kinds of settings. And so we have teams actively involved in planning and moving these services to the downtown campus, and really excited about our ability to use capacity that we were much in need of on the university campus. So a win-win as we do that. One before you go there. One other one on the obstetrics and midwifery. I talked about the fact that we now have one faculty group providing care on both campuses. I think 2 weekends ago, we were full on the university campus. They delivered 9 kids, which was kind of a record post-acquisition. And between the 2 campuses on a weekend, we delivered between both, I think, 85 newborns. And so the collaboration between the 2 campuses and the use of the capacity is really good. We're told that we're going to need that capacity and more in October, 9 months after crazy weather storms. And so we're really looking forward to our ability to do that, because otherwise we would not have the capacity to treat all the mothers that are now depending on us for care as the OB units in their local communities close or restrict access to only really healthy mothers. And so much needed capacity. So the last slide here is a quote from Dr. Jameson. The campus there is really sensitive to the fact that they don't want to be seen as providing old equipment, outdated facilities, and those kinds of things. Our investments are so that we feel like the community can understand and expect the same great high-quality care that we provide in our system already, and that can be done in both places. And so Dr. Jameson wrote an op-ed for the Press Citizen indicating that's our intent, and I think we're well on the way to fulfilling that commitment to the community. So really excited about what we've done in just a short set of months. So any questions about the downtown campus?
Are there any questions? Regent Dunkel.
Well, first, just a comment. You're proud, we're proud, for sure. This has gone just in a wonderful way, and so thanks for all your hard work, and know that we appreciate that and understand that. How has your labor force been for nursing? Is that?
So we are, and both campuses, we're still using a significant amount of agency or traveling nurses. There are particular areas of need. So as an example, we have a couple OR teams, a couple of inpatient units in each place. We have integrated now so that we're using the same firms and the same contracts across both hospitals. And so we're making a dent and seeing slight reductions in our use of agency nurses, but we still do need them. I think what's been positive on the downtown campus is we've actually had in the kind of 20, 30-ish range of nurses that have come from the university campus and have taken positions on the downtown campus, which has allowed us to provide more integrated care and so that we can understand both places. But it is a concern, to be completely honest with you. I'll give you one other example where I think Dr. Jameson and I have talked about this repeatedly. The access to providers, whether they're family medicine providers, gastroenterological providers, because we're now really healthcare in that community, we feel an obligation to provide appropriate access, and we're recruiting to be able to provide the physicians and the APPs necessary to provide that access, but we've got some work to do in that area as well. But it's a new dynamic for us where we weren't the whole operation really in our communities, and now we are, and we feel that accountability.
Once again, thank you all.
Are there any other questions before we go on? Oh, Regent Rouse.
Thank you for the presentation. When you talk about capacity for delivering babies, where do they deliver if you are at max capacity? What's the alternative? I mean, you mentioned that if they didn't have the downtown campus, what would be the alternative to that?
So what happens typically, Regent Rouse, is there are services where there might be elective inductions or pre-scheduled types of deliveries that get put back and delayed, which is not a satisfier, obviously, to the mothers or the families that have tried to plan around that. And so I don't think we've gotten to a situation yet where we've had to permanently say you cannot deliver here, but we do prioritize the more sick and more acute and the more needy deliveries before we do the elective care. Ultimately, these things have been able to the schedules have eventually been able to coincide that we've been able to deliver all of them, but maybe not on the original time frame.
Oh, that makes sense. And I was able to tour, and certainly the downtown campus is a wonderful option, like you said, for the healthiest moms to deliver. So it's a great addition to what you already have. So thank you.
Any other questions? Okay. If you'd like to go ahead.
Thank you. So I'm going to talk a little bit about the FY24 income statement and financials and volumes. The first 3 slides are kind of the standard thing that we've talked about throughout the year, and you've seen this trajectory. So I'll just point out a couple things on those. And then The last two slides added some things that we don't talk a lot about here, basically overall capital investments made during the year and what those total dollars and types of investments are. So from a volume perspective, I think the key thing to point out here for FY24, if we look at our volumes versus prior year, you can see our patient days have gone up 1%, while our discharges, inpatient discharges, have gone up 5%. And a big part of that is a hyper-focus on really looking at effective methodologies on managing length of stay, making sure discharge orders are being written, labs are timely, geolocalization of like provider groups, and we've really seen great impact of that. So it's great to see being able to treat more patients kind of on the same apparatus overall. So that's made a lot of progress during the year. Surgeries, 3%, almost 3% increase year over year. Clinic visits, about 5%. So overall, good increases year to date from a volume perspective. If we go to the next slide, just overall financials. Again, we've talked about most of these elements throughout the year. So just focus on, these are the unaudited financial statements. There will be the KPMG audit, and you'll get that final report typically in the December timeframe. But the preliminary financials would show kind of in that, again, in that first column down, overall about $68 million or 2.5% operating margin before the Medicaid directed payment, about $400 million with the Medicaid directed payment. And I want you to kind of keep that $400 million amount in mind, because as we talk about overall capital investments and the needs of running a capital healthcare institution like ours, just the ongoing capital needs and then the capital investments for expansion, you can kind of see how those dollars are utilized. If we go to the next slide, again, similar trend that we've seen all year as far as the overall metrics. When S&P, Moody's looks at them, we're pretty stable overall and pretty positive from a metrics perspective, from margin perspective, days cash, and debt to cap overall. So if we go to the next slide, these are just a few examples before we go to the total dollars of the types of investments being made, looking at a focus on both improving capacity, but also understanding there's elements of our institution that are quite old, so there's a need for modernization within the facility. So just a few examples I wanted to point out. So the emergency department, overall, there's a $37 million expansion investment made there with the opening to be summer 2025. And so when we look at what that investment gets us, it gets us additional access, so 14 new ED trauma rooms, 7 new crisis stabilization rooms, but also makes the patient care facilities better in the fact that now we have spaces dedicated where you've got adult spaces, pediatric spaces, and behavioral health clearly separated, so you can provide the best patient care to those different patient populations. Another example of kind of improving or refining our care is taking that crisis stabilization, which was on the 7th floor, and if you're looking at what that facility does, it's really looking to treat mental health emergencies. And so when you have that kind of situation, getting into our facility, getting to the 7th floor, obviously that's not the best situation. So being at the ground floor of the ED, that makes a big impact on overall patient care. North Liberty, we've talked about that as far as the overall investment, about $525 million. Again, summer 2025 opening. It's providing inpatient beds, operating rooms, clinic rooms, emergency rooms, and also state-of-the-art patient flow. Lastly, we've talked a little bit about the challenge around maternal health and NICU. So we have about $115 million investment in expanding 23 additional postpartum rooms, 32 NICU beds. And as Brad mentioned, as we look at the trajectory, especially for the NICU, we're looking at, as we go into the fall and winter, what are temporary spaces we can utilize there? Because that's an area that's over 95% occupancy. So it's just bursting at the seams, and we're going to have to look at what are the interim steps as we get to this ultimate opening of 32 new beds there. Lastly, just wanted to share kind of what the overall capital investments the institution's made within FY24. So overall, it was $388 million of investment. And I won't kind of go into all these groups, but some of these investments are basically just maintaining the facility. So we have like $54 million replacement capital. We have plans around useful life of all our equipment, when they're going to be replaced, and basically budgets around that. So that's just basically continuing to maintain the facility. Infrastructure, same type of thing. So generators, elevators, flooring, just maintaining the facility. If you take those things, leases, there's about $145 million of capital spend just to maintain facilities overall. Then beyond that, there's about $240 million of investment in expansion of things like North Liberty, some of the new construction on the units like the ED I just mentioned, the downtown purchase, those kind of things. So just wanted to point out, we've seen a very successful year from an operating margin perspective, but there's significant capital demands in kind of refining, modernizing our space, but continuing to provide more access to the state.
Are there any questions for the team? Regent Barker?
Well, two questions. They're both about, good news, and I don't mean to question that, but why such a difference between the budget and actual, for one thing, and also why so much cash? It looks like you're sitting on quite a bit.
Yeah. So from the overall margin perspective, we did have some settlements that CMS did nationally that brought in about $65 million from settlements of underpayments that were done between 2018 and 2021. So there was a Supreme Court case where CMS made some payment reimbursement reductions, and they didn't follow proper rulemaking, and so that case went all the way to the Supreme Court, and there was a settlement. So there was a unique item this year that came through for about $65 million.
So that's 65.
Yep.
And the variance to budget is, two.
Yeah, so the rest of it is really just outperformance. And, you can see when you have that kind of length of stay impact and a lot of those elements, it has a big impact.
Okay.
But, what we're, like Brad mentioned, we're also having a high level of agency and whatnot that we're going to have to kind of continue to manage as we go into future years. Hopefully, we can find additional length of stay savings and some of those things to have a positive impact as well.
But this sounds like what'll be, except for the 65, what'll be continuing performance, you think?
Yeah, again, we'll each year has its own challenges from expense inflation versus reimbursement. So that there's always that issue. I think expanding access is going to be key to our financial success going forward.
And then cash, you're ahead of the Moody's median quite a bit.
So the days cash, part of it is as we look, the capital investment as we expand access, if we went back several years, our average spend on capital is about $200 million. A couple years ago it was $300 million. You see this year's $400 million. Next year it's $600 million plus. So part of it, we've been behind the 8 ball as far as capital investment. And so that day's cash, we will be doing a debt issuance as well to kind of maintain and keep up with a level of days cash that we're comfortable with. But some of it is, we've built up some of those reserves as we go into these years where we're going to have higher capital spend overall. Yep. Yeah, it's building up some reserve, some debt to make sure we can continue, because we want to make sure we're managing. These are key financial success indicators from the market, from others. And so we're planning 3-5 years out to make sure we maintain a level we're comfortable with.
Just to clarify, we need a lot of capital for our capital plan, and that's because our facilities are aging. We've not kept up with renovations and with state-of-the-art care. So examples like the crisis stabilization unit, I was very surprised when I came here from another institution, and there was not a way to stabilize unstable mental health patients in the emergency department. So we're correcting that. We are correcting the fact that we still have semi-private rooms, which is really not great from a patient safety or quality perspective. And then if you look at the age of our buildings, our clinical buildings, they're near end of life. So we either need to build or renovate. And so our capital plan is quite ambitious.
Right. Oh, I'm not questioning the capital plan, just the amount of cash in the bank accounts.
Yeah.
I just wanted to answer your question as a non-financial person.
Right. Thank you.
Oops, are there any other questions? Thank you very much. Very good report, as always. You're doing a good job. Thank you. Is there any other business to come before the committee? Hearing none, the committee will receive the UIHC presentation, and this meeting of the UI Healthcare Committee is now adjourned. We did not have anyone sign up for public comment at this meeting. So is there any other business to come before the board? I hear none, so the meeting of the Iowa Board of Regents is adjourned.